And we are good to go.
Thank you. The January 3rd, 2022 regular meeting of the West Hartford Town Plan and Zoning Commission and duly designated Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency is called to order. My name is Kevin Ahern, Chair, and I'd like to welcome you to tonight's virtual meeting. For the record, I'd like to note that the required meeting agenda and application materials are all available on the town website. This meeting is being conducted in virtual format in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act as amended by Public Act 21-2, which authorizes municipalities to conduct public meetings virtually. Will the town planner please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Gillette.
Here.
Commissioner Prestige.
Here.
Commissioner Pinkhurst.
Aye.
Commissioner Ahern.
Here.
And for staff, we are joined this evening by myself, Todd DeMay, Town Planner, Brian Pudlick, Associate Planner, and Will Goslin, Planning Technician. That is the role, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. DeMay. So for the record, I'd like to note we have a quorum of the commission tonight. Commission members and town staff are participating by WebEx. Members of the public can view the meeting live on West Hartford Community Television at www.whctv.org and www.youtube/WHCTV5, the number 5. The meeting is also being recorded for on-demand viewing and will be available on the town's website for at least 45 days. Because of the virtual format of this meeting, there are some special rules and procedures that I need to cover before I begin. First, I ask that all participants mute your device when you are not speaking. If you wish to be recognized, please raise your hand and I will call on you in the order I see hands raised at the appropriate point in the meeting. If you're not participating by audio only, or if I don't call on you and the debate is ending, then unmute your phone and let me know so I can recognize you. Second, all speakers must make a good faith effort to state your name and title at the outset of each occasion that such person participates in the meeting. Third, all votes must be taken by roll call unless the vote is unanimous. So with that, will the town planner please proceed with the first matter on our agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first matter on our agenda this evening are the approval of our meeting minutes from our regular meeting on December 6th. All commissioners were present at that evening and are eligible to vote on the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. DeMay. Do we have a motion on this item? Thank you, Mr. Brinkhorst. We have a motion. Do we have any discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing. Oh, yes, Mr. Brinkhorst.
Do you want me to make a motion to approve?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Not just any old motion.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. You should do that. So the motion on the table is a motion to approve. It's a good start to the 2022. So the motion on the table is a motion to approve. Any discussion on the motion to approve the minutes of the December 6, 2021 meeting? Seeing and hearing none, let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye.
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 I heard Ms. Gillette. Just for
Yep.
the record. Thank you.
Aye.
All right, next item, Mr. Dumais.
The next item on our agenda is a communication item. It is for 4 Banbury Lane, application Inland Wetland 1129 on behalf of Nancy and Don Hunt, requesting to leave open and immediately continue the public hearing. This is item number 4 on our agenda. We just need a motion to receive this communication, and then we can take up the request when we get to our old business public hearing, item number 4.
So for the record, this is Kevin Ahern, Chair again. Mr. DeMay, you're saying that it's going to require two motions, one to receive and then one to actually open, or
So
we just get to it and it just gets open.
Correct.
Okay, so just the one motion. Oh, no, there would be a motion to continue though. There would be. Okay, so 2 motions. Thank you. All right, so we have before us a request to open and immediately continue the public hearing. So the proposal here is to receive this communication. Do we have a motion to that effect? Mr. Brinkhorst, what is your motion? Please unmute, Mr. Brinkhorst.
I'll make a motion to accept the correspondence.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion on this item? We will have the opportunity to speak to the substance of it at the time that the item comes up. So hearing none, seeing none, let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, 4-0. Next up is new business. Mr. Dumais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 289 South Main Street, Rockledge Golf Course, application inland wetland 1167 of Helen Ravino Turco on behalf of the town of West Hartford, requesting approval of an inland wetland and water course permit to conduct certain regulated activities which may have an adverse impact on a wetland regulated area. The applicant proposes the mechanical dredging of Rockledge Golf Course irrigation pond and an on-site reuse of the dredged soils. The proposed work is partially within a water course, wetland area, in 150-foot upland review area. Submitted for IWWA receipt on January 3rd, presented for a determination of significance.
Mr. Dumais. You're muted, Mr. Dumais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The application before you is a determination of significance. I would note that the description and the agenda notes that there is work both partially within a water course, a wetland area, and within the 150-foot upland area. The past few instances of similar dredging in other locations in town, most recently on another golf course, were found by the agency to be potentially significant and set for hearing in those instances. Leave any specific questions for members of the agency now and pause there with a brief overview.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Dumais? See none from either Mr. Bighorst or Mr. Prestige. Ms. Gillette, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, then on this item, do we have a motion on this item? Mr. Prestige.
I'd move, Kevin Prestige, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd move that we determine this potentially significant and set for hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Prestige. Oops, sorry. No, go on, please.
Yeah, I forgot the date. It's the February 7th meeting, I believe.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
I always forget the date.
Thanks for bearing with me on that. I do have comment afterward.
I just kind of go like February, and then I just kind of go like this. Okay, so we have the proposed motion then is to determine that the item is potentially significant and set it down for our February 7th, 2022 meeting. Do we have any discussion starting with you, Mr. Prestige?
Yep. Thanks again, Kevin Prestige, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. So, I'm really pleased to see Helen Ravino Turco bring forth for us another application for the town. I think the things that she's done in and around wetlands have been excellent, and relative to what the town has been doing over time, leveraging experts, it's been innovative too. Using internal resources, external experts, just, I know that's one of the guiding lenses for the POCD too. Not saying that's what she's necessarily looking at, but we love innovation. We love looking at doing it new. So, but that said, certainly working in a wetland or in water course is something we want to look at a little bit closer. So there's no question that sets for determine that it is significant. We're going to want to hear it. The other thing is that with regards to the application itself, I do find it lacking with regards to the technical analysis, with regards to the impact to the wetland and the water course itself. If you look at, if I've got it right, I believe, and I'll let Mr. Dumais correct me or provide facts where he thinks it's more appropriate, but I believe it's section 7.5 subsection I that requires that when you're doing work in a wetland or within like 10 feet of it or something like that, that not only does there need to be analysis of the impacts, but that analysis needs to be performed by an expert. In this case, it would be something like a soil scientist and or perhaps a with regards to the analysis, well, wetland boundary delineation soil scientist, but then with the analysis soil scientist and perhaps also a wetland scientist too. So I think that when we hear that, we'll want that information to make a determination. That said, let me temper that statement, because that makes it sound as though we're talking, some people would make that think like, oh, we're talking about impacts to a real pristine wetland or something like that. That's not it. We know that every wetland offers different amounts of functions and values. And so we just want to call balls and strikes here, but we do want to do the proper analysis because every wetland does potentially offer something. And in aggregate, if you look at all the wetlands and watercourses in town and you add them all together, they add a lot of resources to, the benefits of the community. So we want to make sure we think about those things. It's not a precursor to any problems. We just want the full evaluation. Those are my thoughts, and I'm looking forward to hearing another application from the town on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prestidge. I got actual goosebumps when Kevin said guiding lenses. We did a lot of work on that, so.
We did.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Mr. Baker?
I had a couple comments. I mean, I do believe the project is necessary for the operation of the ponds as they were designed. My questions and comments, one is you indicate that you're going to dewater the pond to the maximum extent possible. But you don't indicate what you're doing with that water. And I expect that would be both before the project starts as well as during the project to deal with potential groundwater inflows or rain events. So that was one thing that needed to be addressed. On the plan, you specified approximately 8,000 cubic yards of berms that you're constructing, which is quite a large amount based on the stated size of the pond of being like 49,000 square feet. That equates to excavating 4.5 feet of sediment out of these ponds on average. So I'm looking for a little bit more detail on the depth that you plan on excavating. I don't know where that 8,000 came from and what the bathymetry of the pond essentially is going to look like when you're done. And towards that end, the 30% of the pond has a wood retaining wall. I mean, are you planning on excavating 4.5 feet next to the wood retaining wall, and how deep does that wall extend? Might be something that you should consider. My last portion of it was presuming that you are taking this water primarily out of wells on the property and putting them in the pond and using the pond for irrigation. I was interested whether the town has a diversion permit from the state of Connecticut, and I see Ms. Rubino Turco nodding her head yes. And just to make sure that the proposed dredging isn't materially affecting that permit in any way. And that is the sum of all of my questions or comments.
Thank you. And Mr. Dumais, you're taking good notes on all of that.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I have all of those items noted, and
I am aware that the applicant is in the room, but
yes, we'll coordinate.
Continuing to follow the fiction that they're not. Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions or comments? Liz, I'm just going to call on you every time just in case. I don't want to miss you.
No, I'm all set. My only question I was going to ask Todd separately was looking at where the berms were going to go, and on the plan where they were dewatering was one area, and there were other areas. I'm just not sure where they are from the plan was where this is ultimately going to go and what's going to be reseeded. I think it's obvious to most people, but it wasn't I'm seeing berms appear and just wanted to know where that was.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Do we have any other comments or questions? All right, so we have a motion. No, we don't have a motion. No, sorry, this is new business. So on the table is Mr. Prestige's motion to determine this item potentially significant. So if there's no further discussion, then minds? All those in favor of determining this as potentially significant and setting it down for our February 7th meeting, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Hear you loud and clear. Those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. The item will be set down for our February 7th meeting. And that takes us to item number 4, which is on our public hearing agenda. Mr. Dumais, do I start or do you start?
Mr. Chairman, since we've already read the legal notice twice on this application, if you could commence with the reading of the public hearing script, and then I'll discuss this particular item before we read legal notices for the subsequent applications.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. So good evening again. I'm Kevin Ahern, Chair of the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. I'd like to welcome you to tonight's public hearings of the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, also acting as the Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Agency. For the record, I'd like to note that the required meeting agenda, application materials, and legal notices are all available on the town website. This meeting is being conducted in a virtual format in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act, as amended by Public Act 21-2, which authorizes municipalities to conduct public meetings virtually. I'd like to now outline for all the attendees the rules of engagement and how the commission operates a public hearing. Those presenting or commenting should state their name and address for the record. Please spell your name. Commissioners may ask questions during the testimony of the applicant. All questions and comments will be directed through the chair and only after recognition by the chair, including follow-ups. If feasible, the chair will have the members hold their questions until the end of the applicant's presentation or the end of a logical break in the applicant's presentation. Following the testimony of the applicant, the public will have a chance to comment about the current application in the following order. First, those wishing to speak in favor of the application, then those wishing to speak in opposition to the application, and finally, those wishing to speak but neither in favor nor in opposition. Upon conclusion of the public's comments, the applicant will have an opportunity to address the opinions expressed. And then upon conclusion of the applicant's rebuttal, and if there are no further questions from the commissioners, the public hearing will be closed. It is the practice of the commission to render a decision on an application the same night following all items on the public meeting agenda. So with that, will the town planner please read the legal notice, or we'll move on actually straight to item number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for the record, I'd like to note that Commissioner Gomes has joined the meeting.
And then left.
And then left. We'll make note when she reappears. So item number 4, 4 Banbury Lane, application inland wetland 1129. Is requesting approval of an inland wetland and watercourse permit to conduct certain regulated activities which may have an adverse impact on a wetland regulated area. The applicant submitted a plan to perform site work and associated landscaping. The proposed work is partially within a 100-foot upland review area with no direct wetland impact proposed. Submitted for agency receipt on October 7th, determined to be potentially significant and set for public hearing on November 3rd. Per the applicant's request, public hearing was opened and immediately continued to December 6th and again to January 3rd. And I would note at this point in our agenda, communication item number 2A, the applicant has again requested one last additional postponement to our February 7th meeting date. That will exhaust their opportunity to request further postponements.
This is Kevin Ahern, Chair again. Before we take up the motion, I'm not a fan of these that keep rolling on and on, because God forbid we hit a snag in the middle of the meeting in February. There's no room to roam, but I consider it, and this needs to be communicated, in the event that we do continue this again, it needs to be communicated to the applicant. There's no more time for there to be snags in the middle of the meeting, and to the extent that, if it doesn't answer an important question, and then, that could be fatal to the application succeeding. But with that, I don't personally have any objection to it, but I would certainly, let's start, I guess, with a motion. So there is a request to open and continue this item. Or excuse me, there's a request for that. So Mr. Prestidge.
Move to approve the request to continue.
Any comment, Mr. Prestidge?
Again, Kevin Prestidge, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, I agree with everything you said. that should certainly be echoed.
Thank you, Mr. Prestidge. Do we have any other comment on this item? Any comment, Ms. Gillette?
No comment. No comment.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. All right, then with that, let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Okay. Just note that Ms. Gomes has joined us and she did vote on this item. Then item number 5, Mr. Dumais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 5, West Hartford Plan and Zoning Commission legal notice. The Town of West Hartford Plan and Zoning Commission, also acting as the Inland, Wetland, and Watercourse Agency, will hold its regular meeting at 6 p.m. on Monday, January 3rd, 2022. The public hearing and meeting will be conducted exclusively in a format in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act as amended by Public Act number 21-2, which authorizes municipalities to conduct public meetings virtually. Following proceedings will convene at 6:15 p.m. or soon thereafter as the matter may be heard. 840 North Main Street, Intensive Education Academy, application SUP 1351, Look Back 21, Jeffrey Foreman, Executive Director of the Intensive Education Academy, requesting TPC review and look back of compliance with conditions for special use permit number 1351, originally approved on November 6th, 2019, for an expanded and new playground areas. Submitted for TPC receipt on December 6th, required public hearing scheduled for January 3rd. The application is available for public review in the Town Planning and Zoning Office, room 214, Town Hall, 50 South Main Street, West Hartford, Connecticut, or by visiting the town's website. The following navigation path: Government tab, Board and Commissions, Planning and Zoning, Inland Wetland Watercourse Agency, next meeting agenda. Members of the public can view this meeting live on YouTube or at West Hartford Community Television. The meeting is also being recorded for on-demand viewing and will be available on the town's website for at least 45 days. Any interested persons may participate in real time by calling 1-408-418-9388 and using the following access code: 2349-391-4359. Participants using caller ID blocking will not be permitted to participate. Participants will be called in the order in which their call was received when prompted by the chair and/or moderator. Participants will have the permission to speak on matters germane to this hearing. Kevin Ahern, TPC Chair, Todd Dumais, Town Planner, posted to the town's website on 12/20/21 and published in the Hartford Current on 12/23 and 12/30/21.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. Is the applicant ready to proceed?
Hi, this is Tom Linden. Can you hear me? Hopefully.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. I can't turn my camera back on, but that's okay. Tom Linden, for the record, Tom Linden, Linden Landscape Architects from Weathersfield, representing the applicant, Intensive Education Academy. With me, I have Jeff Foreman, the Executive Director, and Christiana Connery, Director of Resource Development and Community Relations. This is our look back on our project. I'm gonna hopefully share my screen. You see the plans hopefully here.
Yes, Mr. Linden, we can see. If you could expand the screen so it's a bit larger, that'd be helpful to me. Perfect, thank you.
There we go, full screen. Okay. So our original approval was back in 2019. We put the project out to bid and built it in 2020, and this is our look back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through a few before and after pictures. I'll take you through a couple of the plans. There were a few minor revisions that were made during construction, and I'll explain why. And then I'll let Jeff talk about their side of how the project, as I believe, was a success for them. So Intensive Education Academy, corner of North Main and Mohawk Drive, Federation Square to the south. Their parking lot The area of the project is right here where we put in the new playground area. Before the top photo, it was basically a very large, just grassed area, no protection or fencing to the parking lot. There was a small play structure, a couple of picnic tables, a gazebo. The bottom picture is during construction, but close to completion, kind of the same view where we installed the large play area, the perimeter path, which you'll get to see a little later in the plans a little bit better. Again, the before looking at it, that's the little play structure, 20 years old, that was not in the greatest of condition. A large grass area that was wet and hard to use after a few days of rain. The bottom picture is approximately the same location of what we created there. So along the Federation Square, the south border, along the fence line, there was a swale area that was overgrown with a lot of weeds and brush, which is this area here, which takes drainage from North Main Street that daylights right off of North Main Street and runs through our property down to the town right away on the east side of the property. What we did here was, in creating the new play area, we created the pathway that goes around here, goes through this area here. There was a little bit of minor filling. And what we did here to continue that surface drainage uninterrupted was we created a swale along the fence line, grass swale, so that the water could continue through. It worked. It was successful. I'll show you what we did during construction to make sure it worked and there was no erosion. And then this is the drone footage from the contractor that shows you at almost completion what the project looks like. So it went from just a big open grass area. We cleaned up that fence line along underneath the trees to have the pathway go in. So what it is, for those of you that don't remember, we created this perimeter pathway as a walking path, an exercise path, place for kids to ride their bikes, put in the resilient rubber surface play area with play equipment. We created a second area over here underneath the trees with exercise equipment. And there's a little brick paver patio under here. That's the outdoor classroom space. And then, of course, here's pictures of the kids using the equipment. The physical education class goes out there and uses the space for PE. They do their exercises. They walk the path. They do all of that. This is the brick paver patio area that's tucked underneath the trees. And this is a picture of how they used it during COVID in the very first year, because this was built in 2020 when the world was under lockdown and everybody needed to figure out what to do. And I'll let Jeff explain that when he speaks, but they use this area all day long. So they set up tables and chairs out there so the teachers could go out and have meetings during COVID. They used it as classroom space, and they used some of the other spaces that way too. It actually came along at a good time during a bad time. So this is the original approved plan of the layout of the play equipment. So again, the perimeter path around the outside, the large play area with the swing set that you just saw with the blue rubber surfacing under it. The pictures you saw didn't have the blue surfacing yet on the exercise area. So we had the big play area here, the grass area in between, and then the exercise area underneath the trees with the paver, the paver outdoor classroom off of that. After the project was approved, and then we went out to bid and a couple of budget things, the school decided that they wanted to, originally this whole area was rubber surfacing, the exercise area was going to be the wood fiber safety surfacing. When they got the pricing and everything, the school decided that they had the money and it would make sense for them in the long term to do the entire thing in rubber surfacing and not have the constant maintenance of having to deal with the wood fiber surfacing. The other thing that happened when we started under construction and the contractors started laying it out, the existing trees over in this area, there were more than what was actually shown on the survey. So when you go from this one to what we actually built, you'll see that there was actually a large grove of trees right here. So what we did for those two things is we rearranged equipment from this layout, and there was exercise equipment over here with the play equipment. So we made the decision to take some of this exercise equipment out and put all of it over on this side so that they were two completely separate things. All play equipment on one side, exercise equipment on the other. So the shape of this changed a little bit because of the trees and because we were moving equipment around. The other thing that happened is we changed from wood fiber safety surfacing to the rubber surfacing. And in your packet, you have a letter from Torres Engineering, my civil engineer, that talks about how this minor change doesn't affect the drainage and drainage calculations that he performed for this project. Basically, he used the same runoff coefficient for both surfaces when he initially did his design. This area is only about 100 or 200 square feet more than what it was. And in his opinion, that minor change for the overall area is insignificant, and that the drainage system that we designed is sufficient for this minor change. So this is really the only change that we made from the approved plan, this layout to this layout and equipment. This is the approved plan of the drainage plan. And basically all it does is change to, this is the way the surfacing is as opposed to the way the surfacing was. The drainage system didn't change at all. So in terms of the difference between approved plans and as built, that's the only minor change that happened. So a couple of construction photos. This is the underground storage detention system being installed. Plastic arch chambers surrounded by a ton of stone. All of that takes all of the under drainage that is underneath the rubber surface play areas. In this photo, that drainage system is right about in this location. This is the place where the blue rubber surface you saw in the pictures is, with the large structure and the swing sets. These lines are perforated pipe wrapped in stone that accepts all the water that infiltrates down through the rubber. The rubber surfacing is actually a pervious surface that water travels down through rather than it runs off. So it goes down through into those perforated pipes that tie into this underground storage system. The water is stored there and slowly leaches back into the soil. If in a very, very 100+ year storm event, the water eventually goes into one of these two manhole structures and eventually slowly released through this pipe that goes into the municipal system that's in the abandoned roadway right away that the town owns. This is that swale along the fence line. While we were under construction, one of the very first things they did once they rough graded was they graded the outside edges and seeded it immediately to, keep erosion under control so that there was no erosion. So we established a swale, and you can see under construction that it's working. Any of the water that came down off of North Main Street and travels past here was in the swale. It worked great. It was stabilized. We had a good year that wasn't really, really wet so that we could establish all that and get a good stand of grass in there. And it's been working to date. And this is just a picture that shows you how the rubber surfacing is installed on top of the stone. So you've got the under drains under there. There's a layer of stone that the rubber sits on top of that lets the water infiltrate through and get into the storm drainage system and not run off. And in reality, having been there for a year and a half now, it works. the water that lands on the ground does not run off down towards Iroquois down the hill on the downhill side. If it did, you would see significant erosion, and there hasn't been any. And that's the long and the short of it. It was a successful project. I think it worked really well. Construction took a lot longer than it should have, and that was all. Everybody always uses the excuse of COVID, but it took 6 or 7 months to build something that should have only taken 2 or 3. But that was just a staffing issue with the way the world was working that year. Other than that, that's the only minor changes to the approved plan. The owner did send out letters to abutters before our original hearing and didn't have any comments, and they sent out letters again as follow-up saying that we had this hearing, and I believe Jeff can confirm that, but I don't believe they heard back from anyone. So if you would like to say a few words about the project.
Sure.
I can flip back to anything you want to see again.
Yeah, no, I'll just very be brief because I respect your time. First of all, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight and for giving us the opportunity to create this tremendous outdoor education area for our school. And I think if you asked people in the school, they would say, I've been there for about 5 years, and I think they would say this is probably the best thing we've done in this school for 5 years. Besides the obvious, which is students are now outside and they're getting a great deal more exercise, but little did we know that it would be like a major mitigation strategy for COVID. That we now have outdoor classrooms, we have fun and healthy mask breaks outside in the play area that formerly, as Tom said before, because it was all wet, we couldn't use that outdoor area. Now they're outside all the time. And so getting that fresh air, being out of the school has been really very valuable. Is a matter of fact, and I cross my fingers when I say this, but to date, after a year and a half, we have had no in-school transmissions of COVID at IEA. And that is primarily due to the great mitigation strategies that we've done, like masks and distancing and time, but a lot of it had to do with this outdoor education area that we had classes outside very often as weather permitted. We schedule students out there because of cohorting and students staying in cohorts. There's only about no more than 30 students out there at a time. There are 3 zones, as Tom talked about. There's a playground area, a lawn area, then a workout area. And we only have 10 students scheduled for each zone at any one particular time. So we additionally space them so that we could be additionally safe. And it's also not very noisy because there's not that many students out there at one particular time. So, a lot of what Tom said, I'm reiterating ditto to what he said. I don't want to repeat that. It's just been a tremendous asset, not only to the physical building, but to the actual program for teaching our students, students with autism, how to react socially and behaviorally. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for approving this project in the first place.
Thank you. This is Kevin Hearn, Chair again. Do we have any questions from the commissioners on this item?
I do.
Ms. Gillette and then Mr. Bankhorst.
I just wondered, maybe it was in the package and I missed it. Do you have a plan for maintaining the permeability of the rubber surface? A lot of these pervious surfaces require vacuuming out of silt and sand. And I wondered, maybe working great today, but to make sure it's working great later.
So in this particular instance, the possibility of it being silted up in the short term is minimal. It's kind of an island. all of that parking lot area that you see, so right along this edge, all of that parking lot drains towards the school down in this direction. So there wouldn't be any runoff of any silt, sand, or any dirt or anything off of the pavement area. Eventually, but by the time it would silt up, the rubber would probably be hardened enough that it would not function as a safety surface and would need to be replaced. It's not a permanent, it's not a once and it's there for the rest of its life. It's similar to, you know, a running track. Eventually, after 15 years, the surface becomes hard and needs to be replaced. Eventually, this surfacing would probably need to be replaced to maintain the safety function that it provides for equipment. I've never heard of it being an issue. They do sweep it. They do have to clear snow off of it in the winter. They don't use any salt or sand on the surfacing. And other than the very first year when we had that 1 foot of snow and 2 days later the temperature dropped to 0 and it became a solid rock of ice that they couldn't even go out there, the surface actually warms up a lot faster than everything around it and the snow will melt off of it. So there's no chemicals, no salt, no anything that gets used on any of that. So the possibility that it's going to clog up with silt and stuff is low.
I just might also add that we bought like a backpack power blower. So on a regular basis, we're blowing the safety surface of leaves and of any debris right off of it to keep it as clean as possible and also to keep it from being stained as well.
I'm totally into pervious surfaces lately. Lately being the last 10 years. But I wonder, would you be amenable to us coming back to you in 10 years and looking at this again and seeing how well it performs for our own edification and to make sure that the stormwater issues are being met?
Of
Or
course.
is that unreasonable?
No, of course.
Well, you may think, of course, Mr. Foreman, and I'm glad to hear that. But Todd, is that an unreasonable thought to be able to go back and check over periods of time, extended periods of time, as to how well it works?
Commissioner Gillette, would the nature of that request be some type of new condition that you would impose on the applicant? If so, what did you have in mind for that? 10 years down the line, look, I don't want to call it a look back because that exceeds our authority to go that far down the line.
Exactly.
Are you just more interested in having staff coordinate with the applicant to look at it from a technical standpoint and produce a report for the agency and commission's review?
Yes, informally, sort of a gentleman's handshake idea that as we explore some of these possibilities, that we have an example here that we could look at again 10, 12, 15 years to see how well in fact they do work. Just with no penalty involved, no harm to the applicant.
Commissioners, we can facilitate that on our end, and I do want to appreciate Mr. Linden's presentation and you know, some of those site photographs are almost out of the page of our special meeting that we had discussing low impact development and LID in terms of
Exactly.
stormwater management system, and this is a fairly large pervious surface in which to look at. So I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Gillette, and we can facilitate that.
Okay, just as time goes on, if as a test case to see whether some of these materials really do perform the way they say they do. Thank you.
I think we had Mr. Binkhorst and then Mr. Prestidge.
First was just a word of thank you for a very thorough, comprehensive package of materials that you put together for the commission, as well as the presentation you did tonight. I do agree that some of those pictures they're perfect for other examples of a job well done. And then I did have one question, just because it's in the record. There was an indication of a medical response at the playground. If you could just speak to the nature of that.
From the police department. I can't off the top of my head remember exactly what it said, and maybe Jeff will know that. I believe there was an incident where an ambulance was called once. Something tells me last October, and I don't know what the incident was.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And a 7-year-old boy fell off the playscape and hurt his arm. And so our emergency team at the school did, as it happened to also be a West Hartford young man. And we called an ambulance. That's our protocol.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Binkhorst. Mr. Prestidge.
Kevin Prestidge, Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, through you. I'd like to make a quick observation just to echo what Mr. Binkhorst said about this being the way it was presented, just fantastic, the effort, so on and so forth. That said, I do also want to point out that what Ms. Gillette, I have the same concerns as Ms. Gillette. Just because they're relatively new for us doesn't mean they're not real. One of the benefits of remote meetings is you have a computer in front of you. I just Googled, permeable rubber playground surfaces maintenance, and the first thing that pops up is fine particles can clog porous openings, accelerate wear. Is recommended that periodic vacuuming is undertaken. I mean, it sounds like, my guess from what we know is it sounds like it's something that is considered and advised. And Mr. Dumais, perhaps you can assist the applicant with contacting the manufacturer, and if necessary, and understanding what their recommended maintenance maintenance process and timeline is, to assure that the permeability that it was designed for is retained over the life. But otherwise, and I say that a little bit reluctantly, as you come here with a great solution, and here we are picking away at it. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Linden again. I think those are all great ideas. I'd be more than happy to work directly with Todd on that topic. I think this is a great case study. I don't think we're going to do anything scientific out here, but I think we could look at this over the course of the next 5 or 10 years, and just to see how it's actually performing, without going totally scientific on this and calculating water as it permeates through there, but there's easy ways to tell how permeable it is. I'd be more than happy to work with Todd on that.
Thank you, Mr. Linden. This is Kevin Ahern, Chair again. And I mean, while we're on the topic, then, I think we have schools in town who have public schools in town, similar surfaces. My point of reference is Charter Oak, because that's where my girls went. That's a ton of permeable surface. And so, I mean, if we're going to make use of this, I would definitely expand that look to not only just IEA, but the other permeable surfaces that we know exist. Thank you. Do we have any other questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Gillette.
I agree with you 100%. And where we have permeable surfaces in town on school properties, I think it would be interesting to have an informal sort of inventory of, is the water still permeating or do we have puddles? And even how well the surface stands up over time. You have to replace chips, you have to maintain these surfaces. And just as something we can use then to advise future applicants. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. This is Kevin Ahern, Chair again. Do we have any other further questions? All right, seeing none, then we'll switch now. Unless the applicant has anything further, you will have an opportunity, but I was going to switch over to the public comment portion. Todd, so I just look to you. Do we have any public comment, or to Brian, do we have any public comment?
Mr. Chairman, there was no written comment. I just checked our inbox. I'll look to Mr. Goslin, but I don't think we have any call-in users, and I'm looking for him to confirm.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe I see any call-in users either. Sorry, just scrolling through as we have lots of people in. But I do not believe I see any call-in users for this application.
And while you're checking, Mr. Goslin, Mr. Dumais, and correct me if I'm wrong, I went back through the application again. I didn't see any like neighborhood comment or anything like that. I did see the neighborhood outreach occurred. I just didn't see any replies. Is that correct?
That's correct. Actually, shortly after their original outreach, I did get a phone call. It turns out they thought there was other activity being proposed, and this person that called, who was an abutting property owner, had no concerns with the playground or this process.
Good. As my vague recollection from the original application was, we were looking at the proximity of the residences that were just behind the IEA. So, okay. All right, well then, we have no public comment. We will switch back then to the applicant before we close the hearing. Do you have anything further?
I believe we're all set.
All right, then thank you very much for coming. With that, this hearing is closed. Item number 6, Mr. Dumais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 6. Town of West Hartford Planning and Zoning Commission legal notice. The Town of West Hartford, also acting as the Inland Wetland and Watercourse Agency, will hold a regular meeting at 6 p.m. on Monday, January 3rd, 2022. Public hearing and meeting will be conducted exclusively in a format in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act as amended by Public Act 21-2, which authorizes municipalities to conduct public meetings virtually. The following proceeding will convene at 6:15 p.m. or soon thereafter as the matter may be heard on 228 Bloomfield Avenue, University of Hartford, application SUP 1353, Look Back 21, on behalf of the University of Hartford, requesting a TPZ review of look back of compliance with conditions of SUP 1353, originally approved on November 6, 2019, for an outdoor fire pit and landscape improvements, submitted for TPC receipt on December 6th, required public hearing scheduled for January 3rd. Any interested persons may participate in real time by calling 1-408-418-9388 and using the following access code 2349-391-4359. Participants using caller ID blocking will not be permitted to participate. Published, Kevin Ahern, TPC Chair, Todd Dumais, Town Planner, published to the town's website on 12/20 and published in the Hartford Current on 12/23 and 12/30.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. This is Kevin Ahern, Chair again. Is the applicant ready to proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Chris Dupuis. I am the Assistant Vice President of Capital Planning and Management in the Facilities Department here at the University of Hartford. With me, I have Aaron Isaacs tonight. Erin is our Dean of Students and Vice President of Student Affairs. And with that, I'm going to share my screen and walk you through a brief presentation of our look back of our fire pit installation on our campus. Can you see my screen now? Okay, thank you. So to
Yes.
give you some context of our campus here is a satellite view. If you can follow my mouse, we are bound on the south by Route 189 Bloomfield Avenue and Watkinson School, which is just off the screen. On the western side of our campus, we're bound by the properties along Sunny Reach Drive and Sunnydale Road. And on the east of our property, we're bound by Mark Twain Drive and a long set of railroad tracks that separate our campus from Weaver High School and other portions of the city of Hartford. With a special use permit that was granted in November of 2019, we installed a fire pit near our Poe Residence Hall, shown by this red circle on our campus, which is just off of our campus loop road and the section of loop road labeled Hawk Drive. For our next slide, here's a site plan showing the special use permit phase 3 features which were approved. In the center, in the forefront with this red circle, this is the fire pit area. And we'll show you some photos of this so you can see what the installed location is. Just above that, which is to the west, is a small storage shed area to store some of our associated lawn games and recreation components associated with the fire pit. And then to the left, which is south and further west, is the relocation of our dumpsters and the associated fence and landscaping that screens those areas. The next plan we have here is our landscaping plan, which shows the site improvements, and we have a mixture of deciduous trees, evergreens, arborvitaes, some ornamental grasses, and some other shrubs that enhance the development of the site and provide the appropriate screening for the intended use. And this last sheet is the image of the fire pit that was installed, a conceptual image of the original storage shed, which we did was the one change on the project, and we'll show you a picture of the actual storage shed that was installed on site, and then a typical construction detail of the chain link fence with privacy slats, which was installed as originally designed. Next, I'll walk you through a few site photos for some context. Here is an image looking of the overall installation standing on Hawk Drive, our campus loop road, looking west. You can see the fire pit surrounded by the red Adirondack chairs, the storage shed just beyond, and then way over in the back left corner is the landscaped area and privacy fence around the dumpsters being screened. Next photo is a little bit closer looking at our fire pit area and storage shed, once again looking west towards our neighbors. Beyond the trees and the woods behind is Sunny Reach Drive. Third photo is the close-up of the fire pit, the patio area. You see some of the associated landscaping behind the seating wall and also the nearby storage shed. Here's a close-up of the storage shed. This is the one change from the original concept that you approved on the drawings. When we got some feedback from our community and our student population, we quickly learned that we needed a slightly larger storage shed than was originally conceived so we could properly store and secure an appropriate amount of lawn games and associated activities. Before we did this change, we did correspond with the town staff to make sure that the proposed shed that we were considering was appropriate and consistent with the approved design drawings under the special use permit, and the town staff did communicate that this slight change was satisfactory from their perspective. And last, here's a couple of images of the dumpsters on a new dumpster pad. We have the privacy slat, chain link fence behind it, and the associated plantings around the fence and the dumpster screening area as designed and intended. in the original drawings. And with that, I will turn this over to Aaron Isaacs, our Dean of Students, to talk a little bit about some of the use and how the timing of this project, approved in the fall of 2019 and coming online in the fall of 2020 during a pandemic, was instrumental to our campus community, most particularly our students, but the whole campus community in general. So with that, Aaron, I'll turn it over to you. And if you need me to go into a specific slide, please just let me know.
Thanks, Chris, and good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee. For the record, Aaron Isaacs, Dean of Students, University of Hartford. As Chris stated, this project was incredible for our community. Our goal with this was to create spaces on campus where we could get students out of the dorms and build community. And so the fire pit really served a tremendous role in that. And so a couple of things that we wanted to do with this fire pit was, one, make it accessible. So it is ADA compliant, features a 6-foot natural gas fed fire pit. And part of that was making sure it was a safe space for our students to go. So there's a lot of safety features that were installed with this. We wanted to make sure there was a sitting wall and Adirondack chairs, places where students could just naturally come out of the commons, which is where our cafeteria, where they eat, and have a place to just hang out. We've used this, I can't count how many times we've used this, over 200 times throughout the past year, and then extensively through the pandemic. This was the primary spot where our community came together to hang out. So we had open mic nights. We roast s'mores regularly on the fire pit. We have live music. We did food trucks throughout the pandemic. It started off this fall with it as well. We held our pre-basketball festivities there. So, I mean, it gets used pretty regularly by our community, not only our students, but our alumni come back. We've had faculty staff events there as well. It's nice, it's open, for a limited time during the day. So from 4 to 10, public safety will come over, they'll turn on the fire pit and make sure it's up and operating. We have cameras around it, so it's really safe. We have 2 emergency cutoff systems hooked up to it, again, that anybody can operate should there, be an issue. But, as the earlier presenters before us talked about, having an outdoor space during the pandemic was a game changer for us. The fire pit is now allowed us to build some really cool traditions, whether it's welcoming back our RAs or our first-year students to campus. It has become, kind of that beacon of fun and community for us. So we're really excited with it. We are thankful to this committee for giving us the approval. We've been able to touch base with our neighbors next to us over on Sunny Reach, and we got some positive feedback from one person regarding it, but there hasn't been any issues to date with the fire pit. But it's a great addition to our university, and we're really excited and thankful for this group for allowing us to move forward with it.
Thanks, guys. This is Kevin, her chair again. Do we have questions from the commission? Keep your hands up. I have to scroll through. Seeing none. Anything from you, Ms. Gillette? Just checking to make sure.
Nothing, thank you.
Right. All right. So what I'll do at this point, if you guys don't have anything further, I'm going to go on to the public comment portion if there are any public comments, and you'll have an opportunity once that's done to continue if you wish. Mr. May, or I'll just direct to Mr. Goslin. Do we have any public comments on this item? I did see one late item. I don't know if everyone saw that came in via email. Comment from a neighbor on this item.
Besides that written comment, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that I see any current call-ins. Believe that any call-ins currently are for applicants and presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goslin. Then I will turn back to the applicant. Do you have anything further before we close the hearing?
Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners, no, nothing further. Just thank you for approving the original project, and thank you for hearing our brief presentation tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Dupuy, Mr. Isaacs. We appreciate the time. And before I close it, just one last chance if the commissioners have anything else. I don't see anything. All right, then with that, this hearing is closed. Up next is item number 7, 119 Flag Road.
West Hartford Planning and Zoning Commission legal notice. The Town of West Hartford Planning and Zoning Commission, also acting as the Inland Wetland and Watercourse Agency, will hold a regular meeting at 6 p.m. on Monday, January 3rd, 2022. Public hearing and meeting will be conducted exclusively in a format in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act as amended by Public Act 21-2, which authorizes municipalities to conduct public meetings virtually. Following proceedings will convene at 6:15 p.m. or soon thereafter as the matter may be heard on 119 Flag Road, Westmore Park, application SUP 1352 LB21 on behalf of the Town of West Hartford, requesting TPZ review and look back of compliance with the conditions of SUP 1352, originally approved on November 6, 2019 for an open-air outdoor classroom structure. Submitted for TPC receipt on December 6th, required public hearing scheduled for January 3rd. The application is available for public review in the Town Planning and Zoning Office, room 214, Town Hall, 50 South Main Street, West Hartford, Connecticut, or by visiting the town's website using the following navigation path: Government tab, Board and Commissions, Town Planning and Zoning, Inland Wetland Watercourse Agency, next meeting agenda, or via email request to comment.tpz@westhartfordct.gov. Any interested persons may participate in real time by calling 1-408-418-9388 and using the following access code: 2349-391-4359. Participants using caller ID blocking will not be permitted to participate. Kevin Ahern, TPC Chair, Todd DeMay, Town Planner, posted to the town's website on 12/20 and published in the Hartford Current on 12/23 and 12/30.
Thank you, Mr. DeMay. This is Kevin Ahern, Chair again. Is the applicant ready to proceed?
We are. This is Helen Rubino Turco, and we are ready.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Helen Rubino Turco, Director of Leisure Services and Social Services for the Town of West Hartford. And I'm pleased to be joined this evening by Doug Jackson, who is the park naturalist at Westmore Park, should he need to answer any questions. When we came before you in November of 2019 and received approval to build an outdoor classroom, we had no way of knowing just how prescient that project would become. We had looked for to create an outdoor space for students and camp counselors and campers that were attending our programs throughout the year. But we had no way of knowing that a global pandemic would make this structure as important to our community as it turned out. So the outdoor classroom at Westmore Park, which, as you know, is our town's environmental education center, demonstration farm, as well as a horticultural center. This on Flag Road in West Hartford. The outdoor classroom building was constructed in the spring and into the early summer of 2020, and it officially opened the very end of July of that year. In fact, it was timber framed with using Douglas fir on a concrete slab. It was 24 by 48 feet, I believe, with a stone-faced fireplace, a metal roof, and bluestone caps, and a raised bluestone hearth. And I've asked Todd DeMay kindly is sharing some of the construction photographs with you to see how this beautiful building unfolded. The accessory structure has been, its use has been consistent with the anticipated intensity and programmatic intent that was described in our original application. It supports Westmore Park's camps and programs, including the EcoVenture educational program during the year, as well as other used by other town entities or mission supportive groups. It is, in fact, a rustic timber frame structure. It fits in well with the park surroundings, and it is accessible. It meets the needs of the programs and the education needs of the park, and we're very pleased with the outcome. We, due to COVID, I just wanted to kind of bring to life some of the uses of the outdoor classroom during 2020 and again in 2021. So due to COVID restrictions, of course, during the pandemic, all the children had to be outside, and this site really helped us not just with providing shelter, but also providing a safe place for people to gather because of the outdoor nature of the space. As we moved into in the summer of 2020, the camp programs were curtailed because of COVID. And so we had smaller groups of people, and that was all dictated by the restrictions that were placed on us due to the pandemic by the state. And as we moved into the fall, the Hunter House remained closed to the public, but we were able to use the outdoor classroom as a teaching and meeting space. And that was really helpful. In the fall of 2020, we typically host a feast on the farm, which of course we couldn't do that fall. But instead we had a picnic on the farm, and it was on the grass area outside of the outdoor classroom, but the outdoor classroom served as a sheltered distribution for that picnic. And the fireplace was used frequently during these kind of late season events. The fire hearth is just beautiful, very welcoming. And in 2021, we have used the outdoor classroom for classes and camps. We did resume pretty much full-blown programming. It's been used busily from April through early December. There's a beautiful photograph of an early snowstorm last year. We haven't had any to take this year. Also in the spring, the West Hartford Senior Center used the outdoor classroom for a program. In the summer, of course, we did have our normal camp programs, and the use of this beautiful space has been consistent with what was approved. So the park is open dawn to dusk, and on occasion the park manager has had to ask visitors to leave after dark. But it is our experience that when the motion activated lights come on, people who might be thinking that they can spend a little longer there have moved along, and it's not a place to hang out. So from the very first week that the outdoor classroom was open for use, we have received numerous requests to use it, to rent it, and received lots of inquiries. But we have been very consistent about declining any use of this outdoor space that is not consistent with either education or with the mission of Westmore Park. We received one complaint in January of 2021 from a neighbor who had some concerns about the lights. And we relocated, we changed the wattage of the light in question and repositioned it to shine straight down onto the ground rather than instead of being angled out, and that resolved the issue. She had some questions about portalets that were in the area, and because the Hunter House was closed because of COVID, we needed to provide additional portalets but we relocated them closer to the barn rather than, there have always been portalettes outside in the park during the season, but we had a few more because the Hunter House was closed. But we relocated them closer to the main office building. And to date, that was the only complaint we've received. We did receive a letter in support, which I think Mr. Dumais from the town planner's office may have already shared. So that concludes my report, unless you have any questions on the outdoor classroom.
Thank you. This is Kevin Hearn, Chair. Do we have any questions for the applicants?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Gillette.
could you go over once again what the portable toilet situation is, how long it's anticipated to last? Is this a regular yearly feature that's seasonal? What's the overview of the portable toilet story?
This is Helen Rubino Turco through you, Chairman Ahern. I can answer Ms. Gillette's question, and if I need to have Doug Jackson chime in, I will. We always have portalettes available at Westmore Park. Usually they are in a variety of locations. Usually we have them near the barn. There's usually one at the far end of the field, closer to where the little hut is. But in this case, because the Hunter House was closed, we had additional portalettes. They're no longer necessary because the Hunter House is reopened. But we do continue to have portalettes discreetly located in the park at this time.
If this is a regular thing, is there any effort made to, well, one, I'm curious as to maintenance and usage, not in too much detail, but is there any attempt made to soften or integrate their appearance as opposed to bright blue Doctor Who type TARDIS things in the middle of the park?
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. This is Helen Rubino Turco again. We do rent portalettes from an outside company, so we don't have the ability to change their appearance, but we can certainly relocated them to an area that is less visible. So this complaint is no longer an issue. We do have them located near our barn and in the at Doug Jackson. I don't know if you have any other comments to make about the location of them, other than they are located, they're available as needed for our public.
Doug Jackson here, Westmore Park Manager. Yeah, just following up on that, the comment and the question. Because of the volume of students and visitors to the park, but primarily considering our students and summer campers, the toilet facilities at the park are the only other toilet facilities at the park are located within the office right at the front of the park. So they're not always convenient to sidetrack or to lead students to use the bathroom or to wash up. So we try to have them conveniently located, the porta potties, as the seasonal needs change of the park. But it's also been my observation that fairly often visitors to the park choose to relieve themselves wherever they stand. which is rather disgusting, but it is what I've observed. And so again, I trying to make it as convenient as possible and change the behavior if I can. I try to have at least a portalet out there so there is a readily visible option and nobody can give me grief over being approached for doing otherwise, to be quite blunt.
Thank you for your candor. No, I guess if this is an ongoing issue, it might be something that the park thinks about going forward to pick some primary spots. And again, understanding you're not running piping and plumbing, et cetera, but some more permanent type of screening or integration, if you will, perhaps might be something to add to your never ending list of, oh, yeah, we need to do this next, which I understand is quite long. But I'm glad that the complaint at hand has been resolved, if I'm correct. And thank you. Because no, you shouldn't be able to look out your kitchen window as you're doing dishes and look at a porta potty. I'm in agreement with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? See no further questions. So we're going to move on to the public comment portion. I saw the one late item that came in. I don't know if everybody saw that in their email. There was a letter, an email in support. Do we have anything else, Mr. Demay?
We do not, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Goslin, do you see anything?
Mr. Chairman, I can confirm no new call-ins.
Thank you, Mr. Goslin. This is Kevin Hearn, Chair again. Before we close this hearing, does the applicant have anything further?
Nope, we're all set. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, then with that, I will close this hearing. Item number 8, Mr. Demay.
West Hartford Planning and Zoning Commission legal notice. Town of West Hartford Planning and Zoning Commission, also acting as Inland, Wetland, and Watercourse Agency, will hold its regular meeting at 6 p.m. on Monday, January 3rd, 2022. The public hearing and meeting will be conducted exclusively in a format in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act as amended by Public Act 21-2, which authorizes municipalities to conduct public meetings virtually. The following proceedings will convene at 6:15 p.m. or soon thereafter as the matter may be heard. 10 Ridgebrook Drive. Application Inland Wetland 1164, requesting approval of a map amendment to the official inland, wetland, and watercourse map of the town of West Hartford. Proposed amendment is based on an on-site soil survey prepared by a professional soil scientist. Submitted for IWWA receipt on December 6th, required public hearing scheduled for January 3rd, 2022. The application is available for public review in the Town Planning and Zoning Office from 214 Town Hall, 50 South Main Street, West Hartford, Connecticut, or by visiting the town's website, or by email request to comment.tpz@westhartfordct.gov. Any interested person may participate in real time by calling 1-408-418-9388 and using the following access code 2349-391-4359. Participants using caller ID blocking will not be permitted to participate. Kevin Ahern, TPC IWWA Chairman, Todd DeMay, Town Planner, published to the town's website on 12/20 and in the Hartford Current on 12/23 and 12/30.
Thank you, Mr. Demay. This is Kevin Hearn, Chair again. Is the applicant ready to proceed?
Yes. Hi, Brad Normand, 10 Ridgebrook Drive. I am joined by my wife, Liz, and happy to have our soil scientist, Scott Stevens, here to answer questions about this proposed map amendment. I will turn it over to him in questions because we're certainly not experts in this, but thank you very much for considering this. I think that both my wife and I were a little bit surprised and concerned to see that the part of our property immediately adjacent to the back of our inside of our house was considered wetlands, which is just something looking forward to if we want to do any type of landscaping or future repairs to the existing deck or screen porch, things like that. We're concerned how that would end up impacting it. And so was curious to just find out more information about that process. Thank you certainly for the advice that we've gotten from the town to move in this direction and to just get a better understanding of the soil. And with that, certainly if there's questions, Scott, I don't know if you want to, I'm going to turn it over to Scott to present this.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Norman. Mr. Stevens.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Scott Stevens. I'm a registered professional soil scientist with Soil Science Environmental Services out of Rocky Hill, Connecticut. I was hired by Brad and his wife to inspect the property at 10 Ridgebrook Drive in West Hartford. Like Brad said, the reason for them hiring me was on the town wetland maps. It shows the wetland line going through approximately halfway through their house. That wetland line also corresponds pretty well with the NRCS web soil survey map, which is probably based on the old wetland lines from like the 1950s. So they just haven't been updated in many years. So basically I went out on August 26, 2021, met with Brad, used a spade and a Dutch auger and dug several holes around the property, classified the soil types and delineated the wetlands on the site. I'm sure have my soil report. I put up 7 flags along the wetland boundary. The wetland boundary correlated pretty closely with the 100-year floodplain elevation, which I got a copy off your GIS, so I saw where that line was. So the wetland boundary is actually much further down the slope. There's a very steep slope. Brad could probably tell you better, but I think it's maybe about I would say about 10 to 15 feet or so from the top of the slope where the house is down to say where the wetland boundary is. So basically the town wetland line is just not accurately shown as it is on the town GIS. So like I said, we flagged the wetlands, classified the soil types. The wetlands on the site are the Bash Silt Loam and Fluviquint Udifluvent, soil, like a complex of those soil types. There's been disturbances in the wetland. There's, as you can see on my sketch map, there's a couple pipes that were buried and some shallow to deeper areas of fill. But the whole lower area of the lawn there, that's right along that perennial water course, not real frequently, but occasionally it floods out all the way down to the probably the first step or two of a stone walkway that goes down that steep slope down towards the river. And then the rest of the soils on the site, the upland soils, are a complex of Weathersfield and urban land complex and Uterthan soils. There's a stone patio, I called that Uterthan's urban land complex, which is 306. And then, like I said, the rest of the soils are well-drained Weathersfield soils. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Do we have any questions for Mr. Stevens on the map amendment? Mr. Bighorst.
It's more of a comment, Mr. Stevens. You know, it does indicate when you did the site inspection and you described it, you did it with the shovel and spade auger, etc. But nowhere in your report does it indicate how you did the inspection or where you did those borings. So it might just, for future reference, be something additional you might want to add.
Yeah, I mean, we typically dig several dozen holes on a site. Not many soil scientists locate each boring of where their holes are. Typically you'll find the wetland line by digging several holes, and then you find the upland area above the wetland line, and then you just keep kind of digging holes along the wetland delineation, that the boundary that you're flagging out. So. And like I said, we don't, most soil scientists don't indicate, how many borings they specifically dig, or even, locate each boring on a map, because we're digging so many of them. It's not like I'm digging, 2 or 3. I'm literally digging, dozens of holes. So.
Understood. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you, Mr. Bighorst. Do we have any other questions? I just want to check with you, Ms. Gillette, just in case.
All set.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. All right. So then at this point, then we would move to the public comment portion. And Mr. DeMay or Mr. Goslin, do we have any comment from the public on this map amendment?
Mr. Chairman, there is no written comment in our inbox.
And similarly, Mr. Chairman, I do not currently see any new call-ins.
Those soil heads out there waiting to jump in. All right. All right, then, so I just turn it back to the applicant. I'm sure you guys have been watching. Just give you guys one last chance. You don't have to say anything, but before I close the hearing, I always want to give you the opportunity if you have anything else.
Well, I just appreciate the work looking into this. Scott, thank you very much for your work on this. It's been educational, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Norman. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Then with that, this hearing on item number 8 is closed. Just looking ahead, I think this might be a good opportunity to just take like a 5-minute recess. Everybody just stretch their legs. And I appreciate the patience of Tagliarinis and also council for 10. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
I'm here.
Okay, Liz. Thank you for checking in.
Sorry, I had to duck out for a few minutes, everyone.
Todd, just note for the record, so when we, just help me remember when we come up to item number 8, Ms. Gomes won't vote on that one.
Say that again, Mr. Chairman?
When we get to item number 8, when we get to the deliberation on item number 8, if I happen to forget, or Ms. Gomes happens to forget, just know that Ms. Gomes won't vote on that.
Okay.
So Liz already chimed in, so we've got everybody back. Do we have the applicants for number 9 ready? All right, then I'll just, we're back in. We'll have Mr. Demay, please read the notice for number 9.
West Hartford Plan and Zoning Commission legal notice. The Town of West Hartford Plan and Zoning Commission, also acting as the Inland Wetland and Watercourse Agency, will hold its regular meeting at 6 p.m. on Monday, January 3rd, 2022. The public hearing and meeting will be conducted exclusively in a format in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act as amended by Public Act 21-2, which authorizes municipalities to conduct public meetings virtually. Following proceeding will convene at 6:15 p.m. or soon thereafter as the matter may be heard. 40 Still Road, application 1162, requesting approval of an inland wetland and watercourse permit to conduct certain regulated activities which may have an adverse impact on a wetland regulated area. The applicant is proposing a 22 by 36 foot in-ground pool with associated site improvements, including patio, addition to an existing deck and screen porch. Proposed work is within a 150-foot upland review area with no direct wetland impacts being proposed. Submitted for agency receipt on December 6th, determined to be potentially significant and scheduled for public hearing on January 3rd. The application is available for the public review in the Town Planning and Zoning Office, Room 214, Town Hall, 50 South Main Street, West Hartford, Connecticut, or by visiting the town's website by going through the Government tab, Boards and Commissions, Town Planning and Zoning, Inland Wetland and Watercourse Agency, next meeting agenda, or by email request to comment.tpz@westhartfordct.gov. Any interested person may participate in real time by calling 1-408-418-9388 and using the following access code 2349-391-4398. Participants using caller ID blocking will not be permitted to participate. Kevin Ahern, TPC IWW Chair, Todd Demay, Town Planner, Designated Agent, posted to the town's website on 12/20 and published in the Hartford Current on 12/23 and 12/30.
Thank you, Mr. Demay. This is Kevin Ahern, Chair again. Just a programming note. Both Battaglianis are doctors. However, in case we need to direct a question to one or the other, if they don't mind, we will refer to them as either Mr. or Mrs. Tagliarini. Thank you. All right, then with that, is the applicant ready to proceed?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. My name is James DeMeo. I'm a professional engineer with the Office of Giuliano Associates. We're located in Wallingford. I'm here on behalf of John and Jessica Tagliarini about the application in front of you for 40 Still Road. To share my screen. Screen one. Okay. So this is the existing survey for the property. This is Still Road here. They have an existing driveway and a two-story house. The property is approximately 17,433 square feet, which is a little bit under half an acre. And has a wood deck and other utilities. In the back is all a lawn area. This is a picture of the backyard from the driveway. As you can see, there is the head wall right here. I'm going to go back to the map just for reference. The head wall is right here. So there is a tree line directly behind that, just to get your bearings. So head wall and tree line goes around. To give you an idea, the application, what we are proposing is we are proposing a pool, as town staff has indicated, and an associated underground detention system to account for any increase in impervious area on the site. In order to do this, we are proposing 2 rows of 5 Coltech 100 units. The elevations were based upon test pits dug in the areas. We will be capturing the water that falls upon the proposed concrete patio via yard drains and piping network that then will go into the underground system. We will also be rerouting some roof drains in order to account and reduce any peak runoff. Now I know there's a lot of congestion on the site, so I'm going to try to go through it pretty detailed for you. We will be proposing a retaining wall in the back, and that height was essentially dictated due to the stormwater system. Due to the depth of our restrictive layer, our system height was pretty fixed. So we have a top elevation of the top of the wall at 144.5 and a bottom elevation at 143. So essentially we only have a 1.5 foot wall going around. That's to prevent us from constructing our wall within this existing 10-foot drainage easement that's located on the property. There will also need to be another small retaining wall in the back here. Again, we're approximately about 1.5 feet in the back. So basically there will be, if you come from the driveway, there will be a gate, and this will be a fenced-in pool. So there will be a gate with a concrete sidewalk to some stairs, a few stairs down to the patio elevation. So there will be an elevation change there as well. There is the existing wood deck, which will be converted into a screened-in porch, and at the same time, the deck will be extended out. So there will be a new proposed deck off the end of that, with stairs down and down to the pool. We will have stairs down on this end of the pool to get down, which there is also a door from the basement, so they will be able to maintain the lower area down here as well in the future. In terms of this application, that's pretty much it. It's not overly complicated. Where is it? No. We're not significantly changing the drainage pattern. It pretty much all flows in the same direction that it was previously. This is our watershed map. And we just have our standard S&E details and erosion control plans, some site details. So these are 2 other pictures that staff has provided. Just to give you an idea, this is the backyard here again. This is the head wall just for reference. So the proposed pool will be in this area here. Just to give you just another view of it. So if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. I know the applicant is hoping to start construction in the spring, and construction is anticipated to last. The contractor informed me 18 to 22 business days. You know, that's working Monday through Friday. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. DeMayo. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Ladd.
was that cutting out for everybody else or is it just me?
Ms. Gillette, the audio was a little bit difficult, but it wasn't cutting out. What?
Okay. No, it was kind of hard to follow. It very well could be me.
Do we have any other questions? Ms. Gillette.
I do have some questions.
Please.
Was there a reason why you used concrete slab in the patio as opposed to some sort of a paver that would offer more permeability?
What?
I believe the applicant is just looking for that type of finish. I do know when you start to go into pervious materials, I know like what was previously discussed tonight in other applications and things like that, it ends up costing a lot. You need a lot in subgrade. And then you have the continual maintenance or difficulty maintaining it sometimes, depending on the material and everything else. This was just the direction that we felt was the best.
Can I also ask, is the treehouse on town property in the easement or is it on the applicant's property?
As I was not the individual who surveyed the property, I cannot speak on that.
I guess I just have to say I understand the homeowner's desire for a pool, and I understand the lengths that they have gone to try to mitigate the situation. But I also sat on this application when these houses were built. And whether a CO was granted or not, with the rain garden area that has disappeared into nothing, this is the kind of creep and encroach into wetlands areas that really discourages me from approving any kind of new development in an area like this. And it's not that the applicants want to build a pool. I understand that. It is a problem with the system where wetland areas that are assumed to be under the stewardship of the owner over time, I would say disintegrate, but they don't. They elevate out of wetlands and we lose marginal areas. This to me, and I want the applicant to push back, is this to me is a situation where you're building a big bowl out the side of the building down the hill, which has as much impervious area as the house itself to drain water through pipes, whether it's silt filtered or not. Push back on my argument here.
So yeah, to go with that or go against that argument is that's the whole purpose of us being willing to install the underground detention system that we are proposing. That system is basically nets it as a net zero on the site. That water that would have, gone to the wetlands and further down into the woods towards the wetland area still goes in that direction. We are just capturing it and putting any additional water that would have gone there with our proposed activity into the underground system. It doesn't always work to where you can just collect the water from the new area, which is why we are proposing capturing or rerouting some of the roof leaders. And that's just to help make us a net zero, not to pull water away from the wetlands or even add water. We're trying to negate any impacts with our proposed activity. So, you know, what's here now in terms of water will still be there after construction.
Do you have any follow-up question, Ms. Gillette?
When you test the soils 5 years from now, there will be a net loss of wetland soils because you've now built a wall and a berm that's going to percolate out. We're losing footage, if you will, of flood zone wetland soil. Am I wrong?
Mr. Chairman, if I may jump in a moment, the
Please.
40 Still Road, Commissioner Gillette, this is Todd DeMay, Town Planner. There are no floodplain soils or wetland soils contained within that parcel. So this is purely an upland review site. It's not contain any of those two mentioned soil types.
Even in the rain garden?
Even in the rain garden, that's correct. That area was outside of wetland soils, and it was just identified as upland review and was contained within a drainage easement area.
Even though the pipe is supposed to be pumping water to there?
That is correct.
The big culvert? Well, I don't understand. We approved these houses that their backyards were squishy, marshy with water that ran, maybe not in a stream, but ran through them. And now there's none.
As far as I know, town staff can correct me. Any plan that I saw, I did not see wetlands delineated on this parcel. So
This is Kevin.
You can
Chair.
see the
To
water.
the extent that we can just take administrative notice that the wetlands maps do not, I mean, just so we can kind of get that question aside. But Mr. Dumais, could you clarify, do the wetlands maps indicate that there are any wetland soils on the property?
So not on 40 Still Road, nor were there any on 42, 44, 46, or 48. However, the overall subdivision went beyond those 5 lots, and it included what is now known as lots 36 and 34. Those 2 lots are the most easterly 2, so in between at number 40 and those 2 lots, there is some land that was ultimately inherited by the West Hartford Land Trust. On that parcel contains the water course, floodplain, actual wetland soils. Additionally, the 2 lots to the furthest east did contain some of those regulated resources and soil types. So, you know, part of the subdivision did include those activities on those 2 lots, but at least not on the westernmost lots that we're talking about here. But immediately to the north, and then in this case to the east, there are some wetland soils and floodplain, but not on 40 Still Road.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. Ms.
Mr.
Gillette,
Du-
I apologize for jumping in. I just wanted to make sure that I understood
No,
the map.
no, that helps. But Mr. Dumais, on the first plan that we have for the pool area, the northern edge of the property says wetland area. which is a very few short feet from that wall, the retaining wall. It says wetland area.
Are you talking about the channel encroachment line?
Is that just because of how it looks?
So I'm not sure which line you are referring to. I'm going to try to zoom in. Are you referring to this line here? Which is the channel?
Yes, I
that's
believe
the channel
so.
encroachment line.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out when I'm trying.
Commissioner Gillette, again, Town Planner Todd DeMay, the line that Engineer DeMayo is referring to, a channel encroachment line, those were eliminated by DEP a number of years ago. So that's a remnant of an old imagery. But the plan that we're looking at here, I don't believe, at least that I can see, unless someone can correct me, I don't see any reference to any wetland or wetland soil areas on this particular survey on the property anywhere, or any notation for that matter off-site, off immediate site. And that's because with the scale of this map that's been provided, we wouldn't be able to see those because they're that much further north or east from the subject parcel.
Todd, on the, and I'm sorry if I'm brain dead here. At the map we're looking at on the picture now, at the northern edge of the property, past the house, past the pool, there's the frilly little line of trees, and the two words above it say wetland.
So the two words.
Is that just descriptive? What
No.
does that mean?
Wooded. It says wooded area. So that's indicative of that foliage line, that squiggly tree line. We call that a foliage line. It's described there as just a wooded area. So that's the naturalized, the wooded portion of that property.
So it says wooded. Wooded. Okay. All right. All right. I am brain dead. Okay. I need better glasses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Do we have any other questions? Mr. Prestige.
Kevin Prestige, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. So I also was a part of this application for the original subdivision a number of years ago, and like to add some color to this. You're not crazy, Ms. Gillette. Would definitely say that with regards to this. So when the applicant came before us with this entire subdivision, there was a proposal to build wetlands, to subdivide this land and build on and near in wetlands and in regulated areas quite extensively. It was negotiated through down to the subdivision that was approved. As a part of the final approval, and I know I'm providing testimony, but the fact is, you got to talk to it like it is, right? So what we ended up with is that a certain amount of lots were approved. Included with these improvements was things to consider the subdivision as a whole. What is its impact to wetlands and water courses in the community as a whole? The subdivision, the applicant negotiated out conservation easements and rain gardens for all of the properties, or at least certain properties. I can't say with certainty all of them. This is an example of a property that does have them. So Liz, you're not losing your mind. Behind, further looking at the map that's before us, further up or north of that, yes, there is wetlands. What I would say is two things. One, the rain garden is the rain garden. It's not there. It was not these current owners. They're not a part of the building of this house, as far as I know. They're just absolutely no part of that. But here we are today. But that said, at the time there was supposed to be a rain garden. There is not a rain garden. You'll see at the tree line if you want to go down, if you're looking at that drawing, if you can go to the northwest corner of the property line, if you can trace that down to the tree line where it intersects the property line, right there. Now, if you go west, if you go due west, you'll see that tree line follows that entire property, the abutting property there, as it should, because there's a conservation easement to the north. If you look at the package of photos we have, you'll see the last two, they're aerial photos from the GIS. You'll see in that maybe go up one more. There you go. See that white fence? That's the edge of that's the edgement of the conservation easement. You'll see that property owner. Again, this is no comment on the current property owners. They're just facts as they are. The current property owner. that's the easement. That's the edge of the conservation easement. They, it looks as though they knew that. They made a conscious decision as to where to expand their lawn. Again, no comment on the current owner, but I do want to point out, yes, there's a conservation easement there, and no, it doesn't look like it's in the condition that was expected based on that original approval. That said, just kind of moving on, and I say all this to Liz's point, going forward, what do we do about, how do we trust, so to say, applicants and enforce going forward? I don't know, but that's not here nor there, but it should be on the record if Liz is going to bring it up. That said, but like going forward, I really appreciate the applicant's proposal. Staying on, outside the conservation easement. I thought that was really neat. Their handling of the stormwater. They're putting in assuming that it works. I'll leave the engineers and hydrogeologists that have reviewed this to question, does that drainage system work? But I think that was a really cool way to do it. Yeah, they're trying to work with what they got, and I really respect that. So just those observations there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prestidge. This is Kevin Hart, Chair again. Do we have any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, can I just make one comment on?
Oh, yeah, no, you're the applicant, definitely.
Just to make one comment upon Chairman's last statement. This fence isn't along the conservation easement. It's actually along the drainage easement. So what there is on the property is there's the conservation easement and then the drainage easement. This is actually their fence. Kind of hard to see, but it's the line with the X. As you can tell, it's pretty darn close to that drainage easement. And essentially that's what we're going to be doing as well with our retaining wall. We're going to be putting it right along that line as well. Just one little point. Yes, sir.
Mr. Prestidge.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Really good point, Mr. DeMaio, with regards to it, of the two lines, the ones further back. Just to be certain, I just want to make sure for the record to support, Ms. Gillette here. It might not be along the conservation easement, but we're clearly talking about encroachment into the conservation here. It's evidenced by the survey of the woods. It's evidenced by the photos. Again, no reflection on the applicant. That's not a point of what we're here for. I just want to call it like it is. So as a commission here, we can just kind of consider that and use that for knowledge going forward. Cool. Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette.
In response, and thank you, Mr. Prestidge. This, again, it is not at the applicant whatsoever. But like you, lived through the original approval of this. We aren't good at this. We don't seem to have the follow-up, the follow-through. Or what we say doesn't, at least for me, does not look like what I mean. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very frustrated by this. because we thought we were protecting a wilderness, a forested wilderness area that is part of a wildlife corridor as well as a wetlands. And when you look at the area today, I just don't think we did a very good job of stewardship. And I don't think it's been made clear to the homeowners along there. And granted, it's on them to look up their deeds, etc. We don't maintain in the spirit with which we put these conditions in place. And again, it's, as I say, I think they've got a tree house in the town land trust. There is no rain garden. There's just a drainage pipe. And that isn't what we had envisioned. That wasn't our way of providing a buffer or protection. In many ways, I think we have failed. But in the meantime, you're building a terrace, a cliff, a plateau out the back of the house with as much impermeable surface as the house itself, not including the driveway. I'd like some pushback on, I just don't feel, and whether you drain it through chambers or whatever, this is not the spirit of what we approved when we approved these building lots. And so push back on that. I want to hear the argument where I'm being crazy again and reading wetlands instead of wooded on this sheet.
Ms. Gillette, this is Kevin, our chair again. Could you just clarify? I'm not sure I understood your question. And I want to make sure that the applicant understands what's being asked of them. I mean, in terms of what are they pushing back on?
The choice of taking the water from this, not only from the site currently, but the additional sites, running it through chambers to desiltify, etc., and spitting it out the back, as opposed to using pervious surfaces, not using the concrete. I'm just not seeing integration into the woodland.
Ms. Gillette, can I ask, are you asking
Yes.
us, are you asking us to use pavers instead of concrete? Is that your concern? I don't understand your question.
I guess my concern is you have a sloped area that runs, yes, over grass that used to run over brush and leaves, etc., filtering water down, and now we have a bowl that collects the water and filters it through and disperses it someplace else. And I don't, there's no other way you could build a pool on your property otherwise. I mean, I'm recognizing that. I understand that.
We were asked to have an engineer come up with a plan to provide zero increase in runoff for up to 100 years.
Okay.
And Mr. DeMeo has done that. So we did what was asked of us. So I'm confused as to what we did wrong or what your concern is, because we did what we were told to do.
No, and I'm sorry. I don't think you did anything wrong.
Okay.
I think I think what I'm doing is expressing my frustration as a commission member that what we have done in the past does not move into the future the way some of us anyway perhaps have envisioned it. You are totally in the right. and the time and effort that you have put into this plan over the months and months and months that you've worked on this, I thoroughly appreciate. The fault is not with you. I think I'm just very frustrated by what I think some of our visions were for this area when we made the initial approvals, and what it's looking like now. It is not. You've come back time and time and time again to refine your plan and working with the town. I fully recognize that. I think I'm just voicing frustration with perhaps what we think we are doing when we make approvals sometimes and what it really kind of looks like.
Ms. Gillette.
So I'll be quiet now.
Yeah, no, this is Sharon. I just want to make sure, and then to the extent that, that I believe you stated that we've exhausted that line of questioning directed to the applicant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any more questions from the commission? Mr. Bakhorst, do I see you? Yeah, Mr. Bakhorst.
I have a question for the applicants with respect to the outlet at the head wall. During storm events, does that ever discharge water in your experience?
The existing pipe?
The existing pipe.
That would be a better question for the homeowners.
That's who I would like to answer the question.
I've seen water come out of it once, and I think it was this past summer when I don't know how many inches of rain we had one week, and it was one-time deal.
Yeah.
I've never seen water come out of it otherwise. Now, water does collect in front of the pipe, but there's a little bit of a slope in front of the pipe. But as far as water actually coming out, I've only seen it happen one time.
My guess would be that, going to the east towards your trampoline there is exactly where the rain garden was supposed to go, at the outlet of the pipe. And so that little berm that you just discussed shouldn't be there. It should be an actual rain garden, which again, never got constructed. But I do believe you have a duty to maintain, but it's a little hard to maintain something that was never constructed. And it's not your fault that it was never constructed, based on my understanding. And Todd can correct me if I'm wrong. And I also think, we're lamenting the fact that there was supposed to be a rain garden. There is a conservation easement further to the west that, is obviously a lawn and on part of your property. So with respect to, our duties as a commission and as a town, that is a failure, not yours per se. I do have some concerns. I mean, I understand that this pipe does not discharge gobs of water except during, inch rainstorms. Yet, the way you've constructed this, you are actually filling within the drainage easement and right up to that head wall. So any erosion from where you're filling is going to wind up in front of that pipe. And if the Mr. DeMeo could speak to that and whether that is at all avoidable. I'm not really sure why it's necessary to fill in front of that area of the pipe.
Yes, sir. So the filling in there is in order to maintain a 2-to-1 slope, and that's pretty much the steepest anyone wants to get when you are trying to stabilize it with grass. Once the wall is constructed, there will not be a long run of surface water along this stabilized area of lawn. So the potential for erosion is minimized once everything is constructed and stabilized, due to the fact that the sloped area is less than 10 feet. So it's very difficult for erosion to happen in such a short length, in terms of getting in front of the pipe. There is fill within the drainage easement, but again, this area, once it's stabilized, you won't notice it. I believe your main concern is directly here, where potential surface water could impact it, but it's going in that direction, which is where stormwater was designed to go anyway. I don't know if that answered your question. I hope it did.
It does answer my question, but for instance, you could have made the retaining wall a foot higher and not had any filling in the area of the head wall, for example.
It would have needed to be a bit higher than a foot. It would have put it in the 4 foot 4 foot range, 4-5 foot range. So it would have made it significantly higher than what it's currently shown, and then thus increasing costs and everything else.
Well, my only comment then would be that, you know, like I indicated earlier, it's my understanding you do have a duty to maintain this rain garden, which would have been at the outlet of this pipe. And I don't know that filling in that area is consistent with that obligation. To me, it's more of a legal matter. So that's all I'm going to say on that. And I don't know.
That's just a quick question. On the December 17th letter from Brian Cormier, okay. One of the asterisks is on the first page. There's a proposed 5 foot by 2 foot Celtic infiltrator is where the rain garden will be located. So I may have missed this part.
That was revised. That was before my office actually got involved.
Okay, that answers my question.
Yeah. So the infiltrators are where we're showing them now.
Okay, as I got confused, I looked at that.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions regarding this item? Okay, Mr. Dumais and Mr. Goslin, do we have anyone from the public wishing to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that we have one call-in. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and unmute the line ending in 61. You should get a request to unmute. I believe that the code is *6 to do so. So I'm unmuting you now. Again, I'm going to send a request to unmute to the line ending in 61.
Mr. Goslin, I think we need to speak loudly as to what the unmute code is for callers.
Sorry about
it looks
that.
like the caller has dropped off.
Right. Okay. With that call gone, I believe that we do not have any other call-ins. If you'd like to wait a moment to see if they call back, then I'm not sure.
Sure. We'll just give it about a minute, guys, in case. Do we know, Mr. Goslin, if that caller was calling in for this application?
Unfortunately, I don't have a way to directly know. I do know that they called in around when this application began to present.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, let me just give the phone number back out to the extent that they're watching. It was 1-408-418-9388. The access code was 2349-391-4359. If they do join us in the meeting here, I believe it's *6 will unmute them when we get them online.
Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, just so I understand, you're planning on voting on all of your applications that you've heard tonight at the end of all the public hearings, and then
Yes, Mr. Mayo, so provided the commission is going forward on this item, all public hearings, once they've closed, then we would vote on all public hearing items at the end of the public hearing section. So there's one more item after yours.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to clarify Mr. DeMeo's question, that means that once the public hearing is closed, the regular portion in which the commission agency votes, public comment or participation is not afforded, but you're welcome to continue to sit and watch the deliberations.
I'm also now getting a message in the chat that the previous call-in number was actually an applicant for the next item on the agenda. So I believe
Excellent.
we are all set.
Thank you, Mr. Goslin. I appreciate your work on all of this. This is a lot of balls to juggle in the air. So with that, then, do we have any, well, first of all, with the applicant, then, I think we're past the public comment portion now. So if the applicant has anything further, this would be your opportunity before we close the hearing.
Not necessarily. I just wanted to thank you guys for your patience through all this. I know you're all aware that this has been a very, very, very long process, and we've done our best to comply with everything. I did have one question though. I wanted to know if it was like, if I know the pavers versus the cement or whatever, can I do either? Or if this were to go through, or would that change things altogether?
I direct that question to Mr. Dumais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Ms. Pellegrini, if the agency votes to approve the application, it would be approved as currently submitted unless there is a motion to modify the approval vis-a-vis some type of condition, such as replace what was proposed with a permeable paver. So it's typically, if approved, it's approved as is unless modified by a condition. So I can't presume to know what the agency's going to do when they get into deliberation.
So if it's approved as is, I could submit a request to modify it if I change my mind down the road and say, you know what, I'm going to spend the extra money and do pavers. If that's environmentally better, that's what was making me think, asking the question, since that seemed to be a big concern.
A change like that would not necessitate going back and having the permit amended. If you were going to expand the scope of the areas of disturbance, then that would be something different. But that change of material, as you described, would not need to go back to the agency for review and approval.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. I was just wondering if a change of material. That's more what I was getting at. Okay, thank you. That was all my only question. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. Thank you, Dr. Tagliarini. Do we have any other questions before we close the hearing? Seeing none, then thank you very much, everybody.
Oh, Mr.
So, Ms. Combs. Whoa.
Sorry,
Last
Mr.
second.
Chairman.
Good
I just
enough.
had, through you, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Commissioner Gomes, I have a question for Mr. Dumais, through you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for trying to see the forest for the trees here, but I'm going back and forth. There's a lot of correspondence, staff comments, and then responses from the applicant, plan revisions. And I wanted to check with Mr. Dumais to confirm that town staff doesn't have concerns with adverse impacts to the regulated areas, which I know is like Wetlands 101, but I just wanted to see if there was anything in the materials indicating any concerns with adverse impacts, given all of the work with the stormwater runoff and everything that we've seen recently.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Commissioner Gomes's question, no, there is no staff concerns with potential for adverse impact to the wetland resources.
Thank you. That's all I had. You're muted, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to both of you. I appreciate that's actually, I mean, good. We have to return back to one-on-one anyway on any of these applications. So that's actually a very helpful question. All right, then. See no further questions then. Thank you, everybody. This hearing is closed.
Thank you.
So next item up is item number 10. I assume all of these squares I see here are for that item.
West Hartford Plan and Zoning Commission legal notice. The Town of West Hartford Planning and Zoning Commission, also acting as an inland wetland and watercourse agency, will hold its regular meeting at 6 p.m. on Monday, January 3rd, 2022. Public hearing and meeting will be conducted exclusively in a format in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act as amended by Public Act 21-2, which authorizes municipalities to conduct public meetings virtually. Following proceedings will convene at 6:15 p.m. or soon thereafter as the matter may be heard on the following. 924 Farmington Avenue, application inland wetland 1163. Requesting approval of an inland wetland and watercourse permit to conduct certain regulated activities which may have an adverse impact on a wetland regulated area. The applicant is proposing the demolition and redevelopment of existing office buildings to support mixed-use building and associated parking, landscaping, site and utility improvements. The proposed work is within a 150-foot upland review area with no direct wetland impacts being proposed. A companion special development district application has been submitted to the town council and is referred to the TPZ. Submitted for TPC agency receipt on December 6th, determined to be potentially significant and scheduled for hearing on January 3rd, 2022. The applications are available for public review in the Town Planning and Zoning Office from 214 Town Hall, 50 South Main Street, West Hartford, Connecticut, or by visiting the town's website, or by email request to comment.tpz@westhartfordct.gov. Any interested persons may participate in real time by calling 1-408-418-9388 and using the following access code 23493914359. Kevin Ahern, TPC Chair, Todd Dumay, Town Planner, posted to the town's website on 12/20 and published in the Hartford Current on 12/23 and 12/30. Just before the applicant begins their presentation, I do want to point out, sort of as a point of order, while we're going to be conducting a inland wetland watercourse public hearing application, there is a companion application that's a town council referral on our agenda item number 12. They're essentially for the same application, the same overall overarching activity. And as with our customary case in the past, this agency, through your consent, has often allowed the applicant to go a little bit further afield when describing the wetland application, giving you a full picture of the full site development. In this instance, some architectural information and other information to just inform your decision-making process later when we get to the referral comments, since they are not afforded the opportunity to speak during that portion of our meeting. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Dumay. So I just did note, it looks like counsel for the applicant may be having some technical difficulties. I think we need to just take a quick break just to make sure that council can get online. So we'll just brief recess until Attorney Piazzi can get through there.
Mr. Chairman, we'll try to get Mr. Piazzi online from our end, see if we can help him out.
Thank you. So we'll just stand in recess.
Hey, Kev, you thinking about taking 5, or are you thinking about just wait until I pop back on?
I mean, we'll make it 5 minutes because everyone might as well get the opportunity to just stretch their legs. So we'll make it a 5-minute recess. Good call, Kev. Thank you.
Cool, man. All right, I'll be back on.
That any better, Brian?
Greg, was that you?
Yeah, I logged out and logged back in.
That is much better, but we're still showing up your prior login on our end. We could.
That's fine. That'll fall off, Todd. That tends to happen. Council, we just took a 5-minute. We just took the opportunity to take a 5-minute recess.
I'm sorry for that technical issue. It's the world we live in right now.
Oh no, I know the panic. All right, so we'll be back in 5.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you able to hear me, Matt?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, everything okay?
All good.
All right, all right.
Liz, just let me know if you're there.
I'm here.
Ah, good. All right, we got Gordon. We got everybody. Todd, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, Council.
Yes, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Just let me know and when the commission's ready.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Greg Pietzu, and I'm land use counsel to the applicant on this matter, Farmington Avenue Acquisitions LLC. Just introduce some of the folks that we have with us tonight. I'm joined by two members of our ownership group, Brian Zellman and Rich Corris. Brian's on video, and I think Rich may be by phone. In any event, both are West Hartford residents and are very excited to be bringing this project to their community. There are also a number of professionals that are on with us this evening. Chris Milliard is our architect, and he's with Phase Zero Design at Simsbury. BL Companies has done all the engineering for the project. The presentation tonight will be led by Matt Bruton from BL. Pat Pablo is also here tonight. We're also joined by Eric Davison of Davison Environmental, in case there's any questions in that regard. Before I turn it over to Brian to do a quick introduction on behalf of the applicant, and then to Chris and to Matt, let me just make a few introductory remarks just to sort of set the stage. Because as you know, there's also an SDD application that's been referred over to you as well. By way of background, there are currently two separate outdated office buildings on the site. There's actually two parcels currently, 920 and 924 Farmington Avenue. These two buildings, as well as the infrastructure, including the stormwater management, dates back to the 1960s. One of the office buildings was built in the mid-50s. The other one was built in 1960. This project will combine those two parcels, remove the two antiquated office buildings, and redevelop the property with a new mixed-use building. It'll be 5 stories. It'll have 48 new apartments on the 2nd through 5th floors, as well as 10,000 square feet of ground floor Class A commercial space, all right here within West Hartford Center. As Mr. Dumais mentioned, there are 2 applications that were filed. One was for the zone change in SDD designation. The site is currently mostly zoned central business. There's a slight sliver at the northern end that's actually residential. So the proposal on the zoning side is to rezone the property as CBDH. That's a decision that we've taken in consultation with town staff to move in that direction. As well as to have a SDD for the site. As part of our applications, we're also here on a wetlands application. There are no wetlands on site. We are, though, adjacent to the Trout Brook, so we're in an upland review area. By our measurement, we're about 42 feet or so from the property line to the Trout Brook, or to the edge of wetlands anyways. So we are within the upland review area. But as BL will talk about when they speak to you, this redevelopment will modernize the site drainage, will allow for modern stormwater treatment, will match or reduce the impacts within the upland review area, and also reduce the peak flow to the Trout Brook for all storm events. So what we're going to do here is certainly improve the current existing conditions, at least from the wetlands perspective. And on the zoning side, we think it's just a wonderful redevelopment of the site on this eastern gateway on Farmington Avenue leading into the center. The other thing I would just say is that the project has enjoyed almost 2 years of planning and design work and site work. The process has been undertaken in close consultation with town staff. We've met with Todd and Mr. Martin and others over a dozen times by my count. And as part of the process, we've modified and revised these plans on multiple occasions to improve them. We've also had, I think at this point, 3 meetings with DRAC and other things. So from our perspective, we've gone about this the right way, been very collaborative with the town, and have resulted in a project that hopefully everybody agrees will be a great addition to West Hartford Center. So unless there's any initial housekeeping questions, I'll turn it over to Brian Zellman for a brief introduction on behalf of the owner and applicant.
Thanks, Greg. You didn't leave me much to say, but I'll just repeat a little bit of what you said. Myself and Rich Corus, both West Hartford residents. I operate my business out of an office on LaSalle Road in West Hartford Center. Two other partners, Zach Corus and Avner Crone from Jasco Development, which is based in New Britain. We purchased these properties just over a year ago. They are very outdated, both in terms of disrepair, but also functionality, functionally obsolete or closely approaching that. And we took a good amount of time to examine sort of what the highest and best use of the property is, and it came up with the proposal that we have today, which we're very excited about. As Greg mentioned, it's sort of a gateway property to the center when heading up Farmington Avenue. You'll hear a little bit more of detail, but we have a commercial ground floor with 4 floors of planned luxury apartments. We spent a significant amount of time on all aspects of the design, the site design, the architecturals and the aesthetics, understanding the importance and relevance to the building and its location in West Hartford. So I think that's it, and we're excited to present what we have to you.
Thanks, Brian. So I think to start out, before we turn it over to the engineers and delve into some of the site planning, I think maybe what we would do is start with Chris Milliard from Phase Zero Design. We can put up some of the renderings and the elevations just so that the commission can get a sense of what exactly the design proposal will be before drilling down into the details. So I think Matt Bruton is going to be sharing his screen. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Can everybody see the screen?
Mr. Millard, you need to unmute your microphone. Sorry, I just found your little screen there. There you go.
Perfect. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So I'm Chris Millard from Phase Zero Design. We are the architect of record for the project. We've had the pleasure of working with the ownership and the design team, the engineers on this project for quite some time now. It's undergone a few iterations, and as Greg and Brian mentioned, it's evolved over the past couple of years from a different type of project to what it is today. I'm really excited about the location and being right down the street from the kind of the main intersection of West Hartford, or what I believe is one of the main intersections of West Hartford, of South Main and Farmington Ave, and starting to breathe some life into this street of Farmington Ave, just outside of Blueback Square, is I think long overdue. So we've had the opportunity to breathe the life into this building. So we wanted to make sure the building we designed had a lot of energy and kind of extended the vibe of Blueback Square to this portion of Farmington Ave. As Greg mentioned, it's really a 5-story building. First floor is commercial, and the 4 floors above are residential. But there is a underground parking garage that's partially exposed as you go around the back of the building. We're looking to include different materials throughout the building, so that way it's not a large monolithic structure. So we're breaking up the scale and the massing of the building with a variety of brick, which we're looking at a gray black color brick, metal siding. Some of that aluminum metal siding is wood, as you can see here in this front facade facing the street. And then some mixtures of additional ephes and metal paneling that we've put in there for some accents. If we could go around to the next image. Actually, one second before we do that, as you look at the front facade, as I mentioned, the stories above are residential. The right corner, I believe that's the west corner of the building, is all apartments above with the glass corner. And then on the opposite corner, that is a stair tower that we've created and tried to not necessarily hide, but make part of the building. The last thing we want to do is create a stair tower in the middle of a commercial space. So we obviously tucked it to the side, but also tried to make an element out of it. Also on the far left side, or the east side of Farmington, is the patio located on the first floor, which can be utilized for the residents or even the commercial space. On this view, you can get a glimpse of the side of the building, the apartments. All the apartments include balconies, with the exception of the apartments facing the street. And again, we've broken up that facade with a variety of materials and tried to expose glass on the commercial floor to the trout brook throughway there, and also try to give apartments good views of that trout brook area. Let's skip to the next. The back is really more of the same, but here you can see a view of the underground parking that I mentioned earlier. The parking is half exposed. It's also an entrance into the building for anyone who parks in the parking lot. Directly at the rear is the main entrance, or the entrance from the rear. And that gives you access into a stair tower and an elevator tower, which will bring you up to a lobby on the first floor for any commercial guests, and then of course directly to the apartments up above that. To the right, you see a little bit of the retaining wall. Because we are creating this parking lot at the back, there is some grading that's happening at the back of the building and some retaining wall that Matt Bruton will get into in a little bit. Next image. Continue walking around the side of the building. This is the side that faces east. To the very right of the image is the patio area I mentioned. We're planning on having some string lighting for that outside seating, which is not dining area. It's just a patio exterior amenity space for the apartments and the commercial floor. Next. And then this is a view looking back up the driveway that's located to the west of the property. I'm sorry, I think I mixed that up, to the east side of the property. As it comes down, obviously, and traverses the grade from the street level to the parking garage level. Next. We were asked by the Design Review Commission to take a look at views from the Trout Brook intersection. So we created these renderings, again, just to give the building a view or an idea of the presence that it will have from the main intersection of Trout Brook. Next. This is the main entrance into the patio, which will primarily be the main entrance from anyone who's going out walking the town and coming back to their apartments. So the patio will be a semi-secure area, as I mentioned, for the apartments and commercial space. And another view of the patio as you get inside the gate. The idea is obviously to create a nice, warm, welcoming entrance into the apartment. That's not necessarily on the front of the building, as the front is reserved primarily for commercial space. Within here, we're looking at porcelain paver, flooring material, some wood, concrete benches, planters, and as you may have noticed already, we've included a couple bike racks both inside and outside of this patio area for residents or clients coming to the building. Next. And then another view from the opposite direction of the street, closer to South Main Street. Okay. A couple views at nighttime. Again, we were asked by DRAC to take a look at the building and how it would present itself with internal lighting during we prepared this at dusk. Okay. Couple floor plans. The layout on the left is the lower level parking garage, which we'll see the layout on the site drawings. 2 stair towers, a single elevator, a couple mechanical spaces closer to the street. And the floor plan layout on the right is the commercial floor, potentially 3 tenants. We're designing for potential of 3, but that's certainly to be determined. And then there will be a room in the back of the space, amenity space for the apartments up above, which the exact contents is to be determined, but primarily some more internal private or secure bike storage, mail room, possibly a dog wash for the owners. And then the floors above, these are the apartments. There's 12 apartments per floor, 3 of which are 2-bedroom units on each floor for a total of 12. The remaining balance, which I think is 36 single bedroom units. And let's see, what else do we have? Exterior elevations. These are just the 2D views. It is, as I mentioned, it is considered a 5-story building based on the West Hartford zoning regulations. If I recall correctly, it was 68 feet tall, and that's measured from the average grade plane. Okay. And then the next sheet is another view of 2D view, elevations, which I believe the 3D renderings pretty much spell the picture out pretty clearly. And then this last one is materials of the proposed finishes, where you can see the gray and the white are ephes colors. The wood is an aluminum siding. Same with the gray item number 4 is another aluminum siding. We're looking at a black finish for the aluminum storefront. The image of the brick here doesn't do it justice, but it is more of a gray finish compared to this image. And then some other miscellaneous items such as the guardrail, bench, and a privacy screen between the balconies. I believe that was the last sheet architecturally. And then this one was just an overall image in case we needed to reference it for the site. As you can see in this image, directly where the mouse is now is the two buildings that are proposing to be demolished, and of course our new building replacing them.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Not a problem.
Before I turn it over to engineering, I think that this sheet's kind of instructive just in terms of what the attractiveness is of this site in terms of the development. Just proximity to Blueback Square, proximity to Whole Foods, proximity to the center, I know that you're all very familiar with this area, but I think the aerial kind of just shows the walkability of the area. We talked a little bit about the zoning, and I don't want to go too far into that because I know that that's not primarily what we're here for, but we do believe that the change to CBDH is warranted under the Plan of Conservation and Development. Some of the topography in terms of the drop in elevation from Main Street down to the site supports that. By doing that, we're going to be able to take advantage of some of the waiver provisions to allow for the 5th story. We did have an application narrative. I'm not going to go into it, but it is in there, our analysis of the Plan of Conservation and Development and why we think that that's consistent. So with that, Matt Bruton from BL Companies, if there's no questions on the architecture, we'll go ahead and run you through the site.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Yes, okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Matt Bruton. I'm an engineer from BL Companies. We have an office at 100 Constitution Plaza in Hartford, Connecticut. So I'll just walk you through the site plans. Feel free to stop me if you have any questions or wait till the end. Up on the screen right now is the existing topographic survey of the property. Just for orientation, Farmington Avenue is across the bottom of the screen where my mouse is moving right now. What you see highlighted in blue here is the outline of the future combined parcels. As Greg mentioned, overall about 1 acre when combined, and this includes, 2 office buildings at 920 and 924. Currently, these buildings share a single access drive through between the 2 buildings. I'm going to just show you a quick street view just to give you an idea. These are the 2 buildings in question with the very skinny access driveway at which they share. In general, topography, as mentioned, goes from Farmington Ave up to the northeast corner, which is the area of the wetland and Trout Brook. So in general, we have elevation 96 in Farmington Ave, down to elevation 86 in the rear, which obviously, now that you've seen the renderings, blends well to the exposed underground parking that the architect is including here. As mentioned by Greg, there is no wetland directly on the property. It is off-site. I'm tracing it roughly with my mouse on the upper right-hand side of the page here. That is, it does fall within the state of Connecticut land and it is adjacent to Trout Brook. The parcel does fall in that upland review area. I'm just going to move forward to the proposed site plans. So as I mentioned before, new color now, pink is the overall outline of the property. Farmington Avenue for orientation is across the bottom of the screen. As I mentioned, the wetland delineation happened off of our parcel on the state of Connecticut land. It's highlighted here in this green line, and the blue line that you see here is the upland review line. So the redevelopment of the site obviously will include the demolishment of those 2 existing structures and the construction of this 5-story mixed-use building, combining the parcels into 1. We do have a full access driveway. If you follow my mouse to the lower right of the screen here, that would be replacing the single skinny access drive between the 2 existing buildings. Keeping along the front here, there is reconstruction of a sidewalk along Farmington Avenue with 4 sidewalk connections to the parcel. These obviously will be used for commercial tenants and residential tenant access to the various storefronts that the developer is proposing to have at this location. If you follow along with the renderings, there is obviously a bike rack access publicly and privately on the sidewalk here and also behind the gate on the patio area to the left-hand side of the page. If you follow my mouse here, the gray hatched area that I'm tracing on the right-hand side of the page to the rear, that is proposed pavement area for this development. It does include approximately 57 parking spaces inside and outside. So you can see there's approximately 36 parking spaces to the rear of the structure. As mentioned by the architect, I'm going to zoom in here to this page. There is a garage floor level underneath the building. That does include an additional 21 spaces to get to that 57 for the development. In addition to the proposed parking, we do show a dumpster enclosure area in the upper right-hand corner where my mouse is, and also a loading area as well for commercial use and or also for tenants when they're using larger trucks to move in and out. As mentioned by Greg, there is not much of a stormwater management system on the property today. There is a series of catch basins and pipes that convey stormwater from the existing paved area to Trout Brook. In general, I'll just circle, there is 2 outfall pipes that discharge to the wetlands and eventually to Trout Brook, which is just off the page. We're updating the stormwater management system. We obviously want to mimic drainage patterns, provide 80% TSS removal, which is total suspended solids, and we want to mitigate peak flows. We've accomplished this by adding catch basins with deep sumps and hoods, hydrodynamic separators, and a subsurface detention system, and we're still utilizing these discharge points off the property to maintain the flow to the wetlands, obviously wanting to make sure that we're not inundating the area with more water and not obviously holding back enough water to dry out the wetlands. In addition to this, there's also utilities available within Farmington Ave to support the project. This includes water, sewer, electric, and gas. In addition to that, the plans also include erosion and sedimentation control measures. These will obviously be put in place prior to earthwork operations. Some of these devices include construction entrances, silt fence, silt stack, soil stockpile areas, and erosion control blankets. The goal obviously to be to protect the adjacent wetlands and the abutters in the street during construction. Those measures should be maintained by the contractor and developer throughout construction until the site is stabilized. And by stabilized, I mean in final condition, landscaped areas with vigorous growth, pavement, concrete, things of that nature, so that when rain falls in the area, that it's not mitigating soil off the property. Move forward a little bit further here. We also included in the plan set a landscape plan. I'll make sure it loads on your side. So we do have a variety of trees, shrubs, and grasses, obviously to make this an aesthetically pleasing site. Obviously, you saw the architecture, in my opinion, is quite impressive. So we wanted the landscaping to complement that. So in general, we have a variety of planting beds, 4 of them in between the sidewalk connections along Farmington Ave. We do show kind of a lawn perimeter adjacent to the drive aisles and parking areas, and also interior parking islands and landscape beds throughout the parking area in the rear. That is kind of the quick highlight of the site plans. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I think that we'll just keep moving through, and then we'll reserve to the end, unless any commissioner has a pressing question they want to ask right now. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, so I'll take it back, and I know it's late, and we don't want to test your patience, so we're not going to overkill this here. But just in terms of additional information, just for the commission's edification, there have been, since we filed the application, we have met with DRAC one additional time. A couple tweaks to the plans based upon their input. We've added a couple, or will be adding additional trees along the Farmington Avenue front of the building, so that there's a little bit more defined streetscape there. There is a retaining wall on these plan sets, a very small retaining wall shown on the eastern property line, which is in the upland review area. That's been eliminated, and we'll just have grading and planting there. We think that's an improvement, both in terms of site design, but also not having a retaining wall within the upland review area. And then lastly, I know Matt sort of touched on it in sort of a technical basis, but I would sort of want to reiterate this sort of from a layman's perspective, which is that what we currently have is a fully developed site. If you go there now, obviously there's 2 buildings that are taking up a large footprint on the property. The rest of the property is currently almost all bituminous. So while I understand that the redevelopment plan calls for parking throughout, that's completely consistent with existing conditions. So it's not as though we are taking a green site and paving it over. We are mimicking existing conditions. The other thing that I think Matt touched on that I just want to reinforce is that currently the site has a series of catch basins that are collecting stormwater and are discharging that untreated or largely untreated into the Trav Brook and the adjacent wetlands. What we're able to do through this redevelopment project is bring what is, I don't know, a 60, 70-year-old stormwater infrastructure and bring that up into the 21st century to allow to treat that water before it is discharged, and also put in additional infrastructure to make sure that your 50 and your 100-year storm events are more better managed. So we think it, in all, from the wetlands perspective, is an improvement. You'll see from the sediment and erosion control plan that we are going to ensure that there's not going to be any short-term impacts on the wetlands during the construction process. And then the last thing that I'll note is that we did provide a narrative to the commission, just asking with regard to what the long-term development would be on the site. In other words, the regulations ask for a narrative as to what contemplated activities there will be in the 5-year period. And what we responded to the commission, and I'll state again now, is that we estimate that our construction period in terms of when there is going to be this disturbance will be between 6 to 9 months. All of those erosion controls will be in place during that entire process. Once that's completed, the property will be redeveloped. There may be some work, on the building in terms of some facade work or internal work. But once that's done, we don't anticipate any other activities within the upland review area after that. So it's going to just be within that 6 to 9 month period. We'll be able to control the site during that process. And once that's done, everything will be stabilized in terms of new plantings, pavement, drainage, etc. So that is our presentation. And if there are questions from commissioners, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Council. Do we have a question style here? We have questions. I see Mr. Prestige.
Kevin Prestige, Commissioner, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the applicant. Thanks for coming out. This is pretty neat. Mr. Chairman, can I check with you just with regards to scope of questions right now? I have questions on lots of parts of this, but what I'd like to do is to just focus specifically on the inland wetland watercourse application. I'll have a whole different series, but I think we all will, right? That looks like a big yes from the chairman.
Yeah. I think we're in a squishy area. I think we all know that, but I think in terms of the questions directed to the applicant, inland wetlands is the safest place.
Will do. We'll stick to that. If we go astray, I can't help myself. Please get me back, but this is pretty neat. So guys, when I'm thinking about inland wetland watercourses, I was pleased to see where you are relevant to the actual regulated resource, which is outside the property. It looks like it's the northeast corner that has the most that's closest to that regulated area, and it is in the area that what was I going to say? That activity is what's to be examined mostly here. So with that said, I had a couple of questions from past some experience with this, and if you guys could you put up on that screen sheet GD-1. If we get into the discussion, if you think there's a better one, feel free to flip to it. But what I want to do is focus in on that top right, that northeast corner of this, the development of the site, right? Actually, you know what? My EC1 might be better, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, right there. And what I want to do is just ask some questions with regards to your activities in those areas. So my experience on a construction site. So when I'm thinking about exposure to Trout Brook, I mean, there's a placard right on the street, right on Trout Brook, talking about the importance of Trout Brook to the town. It doesn't have trout anymore, but at one point it did, and you know, we're excited to treat it for what it is. There's Trout Brook Trail that matters to us. That's a resource that the town's developing, and whether you didn't note it in your app, well, anyways, you're connecting to that. But it looks like there's two things during construction. Construction management tends to put things in corners. It tends to put things like garbage and fuel storage and things like that in corners. That happens to be the closest corner to the resource there. Is there a way, and I know you can't plan out a site until you get there because you want the flexibility you want to construct and work both safely and efficiently. Is there a way you guys can put some sort of restriction or some sort of something into your plan that would take note that fuel storage should not be here for on a long-term basis? Is that something you guys would consider?
Mr. Prasad, are you talking about fuel storage for vehicles or a commercial tenant?
Just for construction equipment, et cetera.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, Greg or Brian jump in, but yeah, I mean, I think knowing where you're going, making sure that construction vehicles don't drip or refuel in this sensitive area during construction, we can certainly designate an area further away from the wetland as a preferred area by this commission to make sure that that's utilized in lieu of, you know, something per se in this area, which is closer to your, you know, the sensitive wetland offsite.
Absolutely. And it looks like you do have, you're planning to stockpile some material there too. In the back corners of construction sites are typically the sites where erosion controls fail the most because they're not the ones that people see. They're not the ones that people inspect. If you know, I'm assuming you're going to go on regular inspections after a certain amount of rainfall, you're going to be walking the site, et cetera, too. Again, because it's so close to Trout Brook, again, because you're doing so much work. What I'd like to do is to make sure that those erosion controls are appropriate for the amount of sedimentation or not sedimentation, the amount that you're stockpiling at the time. You're going to get into the situation. Could you just review for me what you're going to do with regards to what is your plan if you plan to stockpile there and it changes? Things happen, and that's perfectly fine. But what are you going to do such that you don't get a big pile of dirt there, and then next thing you know, there's one of these rainstorms like we got what was it, August, and half of it doesn't end up in Trout Brook because we do get those rainstorms. We got one in August, right? We're gonna get another one.
Yep. Great question. Yep. So to your point, we do show a silt fence, which is designated by this SF logo, obviously on the perimeter of the property. So that would be in regards to any construction happening on the property between us and Trout Brook. We also do show a soils kind of stockpile area circled here in yellow. That's really kind of a designation at this point because obviously, as you know, during construction, when they're building this parking lot, the stockpile can't be here. It'll have to move around. But we do show a soil stockpile area with a double row of silt fence around that actual stockpile area. So in essence, if you think about it, if there's a soil stockpile area here or anywhere else on site, there'll be 2 rows of silt fence around it and then another row of silt fence at the perimeter of the parking lot. So there's in essence 3 rows of silt fence between any large stockpile area and the property line, which then obviously leads to the perimeter. Same thing here, we do show a concrete washout area. I'm happy to move that to a more advantageous area that's further away from the resource. same thing. It'll move obviously slightly as construction progresses, but happy to move that further away. And we do also obviously show silt sacks, which would be, proposed in the new drainage system as that is constructed to make sure that no sediment from the site or from the new pavement does flush into the drainage system and eventually discharge. If you've read EC2, there's a pretty robust construction schedule and procedures to make sure that it is monitored and updated and repaired to make sure that from day one to the day before the ribbon is cut, that it's maintained. And as you said, we will be doing periodic inspections as well during large rainfall events to make sure that it's adjusted accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Difference between being accurate and being effective. If it's on the map and it's clear on the map, there's an exceptionally larger chance that the contractor will address it. They don't read the fine print, and that's fine. Or it's just they don't. But that's where oversights happen, and none of it's meant intentionally. But that is true where it happens. And let me ask you something, just to be sure. Silt fence not meant to retain; it's meant to filter. So if you have a pile that's big enough, the silt fence is not designed, it's not engineered to actually retain material. It's designed, and its intention is to filter water that comes off, and then to filter out the sediment in the water. So I understand what you're saying. I appreciate the intention, but if you're talking about big piles of dirt, you're really going to want to consider berms, in and around that area with other sorts of outlets that have, filtering properties, detention properties too. I'll let my colleague, Mr. Binkhorst, weigh in on that if he has questions with regards to actual kind of stormwater management. But nonetheless, I just want to say I'm not co-signing the silt fence is accurate. What I'm saying is that it needs to be appropriate, and silt fence with some light rain that works. You get heavy rain and it has to be asked to retain. That's not what it's for. So we're on the same page.
Right, and Mr. Commissioner, to your point, we can definitely look at through some other mitigation efforts like wood chip berms or hay bales with stakes or super silt fence, right? Doubling up on those efforts, at least on the perimeter, to make sure that there's a sense of comfort from you guys that we're protecting the adjacent wetlands.
Absolutely. And let me tell you, a few years ago, they went and cut down 1 or 2 trees along Trout Brook. A couple people didn't like it. So people watch this, if we have another isaiasis, excuse me for not pronouncing it right, and you have a big storm and you had the silt and it blows out, people are going to see it. No one's going to be happy. And at the end of the day, we know what you want. You want to put a good, solid project. The last thing we want is for that to happen. Just a little more for, little site, you got some exposure there for a number of different reasons. It's going to be watched. Thank you. I think we got the point. What I'd like to do is, and so what you're going to do is you're going to adjust the plans. If I hear this, or you agree to adjust the plans to identify an ideal site for refueling. Is that true for fuel storage and refueling?
Yes.
Okay. And then with regards to sediment erosion controls, I think we're on the same page with regards to expectations. I don't feel as though there's anything you necessarily agree to. I just want to have that conversation. So, if and when we get there, Todd's team, Brian's team is out there and talking with you, you understand this is absolutely important to the commission. This is an important resource. Awesome.
Absolutely.
On that same page. So flipping back to GD1, please. Last question, set of questions from me. Got a dumpster there. So am I right about that? The northeast corner?
Yeah, northeast corner is roughly where my hand is moving the mouse right now.
Okay. Yeah, and is that is the dumpster? That's
yes. Mr. Commissioner, if you mind for 2 seconds, I'll just show you the survey.
Yes,
in general, the two existing pipe networks that are on the property follow the yellow lines, and they discharge to this northeast corner here.
Yep. Understood. So you guys are at the top of the hill, right?
Oh, we're actually at the bottom of the hill.
The bottom of the hill. Okay.
Yeah, so this property here, if I just zoom in so you can see, roughly 98, 96, 94 elevation. So in general, the doctor's office next door is flowing in this direction. We're actually lower than them. There's a retaining wall along this boundary, and you can see we're 86, 87, 85. And then if you continue on off the property, you know, we're on elevation 80 here, and it continues to drop. So we are actually downstream as you drop towards the wetlands in the brook.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the dumpster on the top right, and then if that is in the northeast corner of your site, right? Going to the east of that, that's declining into the brook? Or it's just,
Yeah, so this is elevation 88 here, and this is elevation 80 here. So outside the perimeter of the dumpster does fall this way, but this dumpster enclosure is curbed. So anything within this dumpster enclosure, water flows this way into our catch basins and hydrodynamic separator. Nothing sheet flows into the landscaped area and off the property. It's all the paved area and dumpster enclosure is directed into the stormwater management system on the property.
No, I think you're getting ahead of me.
Okay.
Let me finish my questions. So again, getting to this to being a resource for the town, and again, getting this to be, you know, right on the other side. I think you can see Trout Brook Trail, right? Right at the tip of the yellow. I believe that is.
Let me go to the aerial here. I don't believe.
I don't know if it's staked out there, but
Those appear to be wetland flags.
They appear to be wetland flags.
Yeah.
Mr. Prestige, the Trout Brook Trail is on the other side of the water course.
Okay.
This is the non-improved.
Yeah. So
side.
wetland flags are here. The trail, as Todd mentioned, is kind of on this side.
Okay. Yeah, it's over there. Okay. I got you. So I and then the squiggly line, is that still is that elevated above the dumpster?
I don't know the answer to that question. The brook obviously is, you know, Trout Brook is somewhere in the middle here. I believe the elevations climb back up to Trout Brook Drive. And obviously the trout's in the low. So I would assume that if you're talking about the view, if I'm trying to guess your question, obviously there's existing vegetation off the property that is going to remain.
Well, okay. So how about some actual landscaping around that to just assure that? I mean, I've got more to go with it too, but
yeah. So we do show a solid enclosure around the dumpster, and town staff asked for additional landscaping around the dumpster enclosure as an additional measure of screening, which the applicant is happy to provide.
Okay, and that's in your plan, the additional screening around that?
That is being added to the plan. Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you're gonna add screening to dumpster. Add dumpster.
So Commissioner Preston, just by way of background, we are intending, in response to staff comments, to submit this coming Monday what will hopefully be the final plan set. And so some of the items such as this are things that have been identified by staff, and we will be adding additional landscaping around that enclosure in response to your comment, as well as a similar comment received by staff.
Okay. So we're evaluating it tonight to make a decision tonight, right?
You are hopefully making a decision tonight, but we're representing to the commission that will be added.
You got it. Sounds good. So you're gonna add the dumpster, then you're gonna designate the fuel site. I'm good. And guys, well, anyway, I don't want to give my opinion. Thanks for answering the questions.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Prestige.
welcome.
Do we have any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Gillette, and then I think I saw Mr. Binkhorst as well.
Oh, I'd be happy to have Mr. Binkhorst go first because he is a better questioner than I.
Wow.
All right, Ms. Gillette yields her time to Mr. Binkhorst.
That was a high compliment, Ms. Gillette. Thank you. I have a question with regard to that dumpster area as well. You also, on your landscaping plan, have an oak tree behind it, but you also show that as a snow storage area. And I wonder how that snow storage area works with your planting plan.
Yeah, good question, Mr. Burkhoff. Yeah, obviously we're showing kind of this balance of providing, landscaped areas and tree cover and shading to make the site aesthetically pleasing. And, also with that balance of having to live in New England and these, sporadic snowstorms that we get, and can dump obviously a lot of snow onto a site. So, we are designating, the landscaped areas, mostly the perimeter and some of the larger islands as areas, as potential snow storage areas, with the intention, obviously, of if, shrubs or trees or anything are damaged after each winter, that they'd have to be replaced in kind. Wouldn't be put in once and then destroyed and then never replaced again. So that'd obviously be an ongoing maintenance obligation from the applicant. And obviously any large events, we're looking to obviously maintain our number of parking spaces on the parcel for commercial visitors and employees and any residential tenants. So we're looking to obviously get snow off the property and off the parking spaces to maximize the kind of functionality of the property, with the intention of not destroying trees in the process.
Okay. And towards that same line of questioning, again, the extreme northeast corner snow storage area, there's nothing that prevents the snow melt and sand and whatever else is mixed in with it from migrating off the site down to Trout Brook. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, so anything that would be piled in this corner obviously would melt on the landscaped area and then sheet flow and filter through the vegetated buffer to the wetland area. If you guys have a problem with that, I would suggest I could remove that area from the property, or remove that designation from the plans, and not promote that as a spot for contractors to store snow, if you have a concern.
I would be happy with that, especially since you have you had a retaining wall along the eastern property boundary, but you were removing that in the future plans based on your statement earlier. Is that correct?
Yeah, this retaining wall right here that was mentioned by that's the one that's being removed. It's not as close or detrimental or beneficial to any blocking of any snow melt towards the wetland, but
right. But you shouldn't have the way it's graded. Would you have sheet flow off of the parking lot to the east in that south of the dumpster area, basically?
Yeah. So this curb line here that I'm highlighting in yellow is actually curbed. It has a 6-inch curb. All the storm water that falls in the parking lot comes inward to the system before it's then discharged this way. So nothing from the parking lot goes directly into the wetland without being treated through our stormwater management system first.
Okay. Yeah, I would like the snow removal area taken out of there if that's possible.
Absolutely.
Benefit the project. I don't have any further questions. Thank you. Oh, I did have one further question. I'm sorry. There's a line of trees along the northerly property boundary. Are those off-site? And then in that case, it answers my question. They remain. You're not taking any trees down.
Yeah, the existing tree line is right on the property line. We're not proposing to go over our property line, so those would be maintained. I believe you're talking about roughly these ones here. Yeah, so those would be maintained.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brinkhorst. Mr. Preston, just one second. I want to make sure, just to see if Ms. Gillette has anything to circle back, or Ms. Gomes. Ms. Gillette?
I did have a question, and I know you addressed it, and I've looked through the materials, and they're so detailed and voluminous.
So you're
One,
good? Oh, sorry.
is there any EFS material used below the 4-foot level of the building? So from grade level 4 feet down, is any of that EFS?
Yes, there is a small amount. As we look at this elevation along the right side of the building, where the mouse or the cursor currently is, that's intended to be concrete and brick. However, as you come closer to the front, the gray material that you see that kind of rises up and traces the corner or picture frames the corner, that's correct. That area there is intended to be EFS, and also the white banding is intended to be EFS. We're using the EFS as kind of a more pliable material to create the banding in the intricate kind of folds and shapes that we have in this building, as opposed to using aluminum metal siding, which is a lot more challenging to create all the different bends and angles that we have. But it is a limited amount of EFS that does come down to grade.
I'm very concerned, having seen some buildings where that detail's sort of been glossed over, and 5 years later you see nicks and chips and dings, and it looks, because of the nature of the material, it doesn't wear well at street level. And
there has been a lot of improvements to the material over the year, and I know it has had kind of a bad rap from the 80s, and the genre of buildings is just, you see it all the time with strip malls and EFS, and it's just dilapidated. But it certainly, the material has grown much stronger, and it still has kind of the stigma of not being as durable, but it certainly is a much better product. And we're certainly looking to make sure that anything that is within grade or within the first floor area will be reinforced to make sure it's has that extra layer of mesh for durability.
Okay, it's that dinged styrofoam look that is ick. Anyway, that's good to know. My next question was, and this is a larger question, and I'm sure you've addressed it. All of the pictures that we have show your project with the detail, and then the site next door to the west, and then and then there's the subway, and then it goes up to yes, the 928. Do you own that property? Is that part of this parcel? What's the relationship there?
I can jump in on that. No, we do not own 928 Farmington Avenue. That's a separate ownership group. That's not part of the SDD. That's not part of this application.
All right. I know it's not part of the SDD, and it's not part of this application, but it in terms of parking and parking usage, et cetera, it just seems that if you don't own it, it's somebody else's. That's fine. Okay. That was all I wanted to know.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Did I see Ms. Gomes? Did you ever hand it up? Yes, Ms. Gomes, and then Mr. Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to beat a dead horse here, but I just had an additional question regarding the drainage on site. Commissioner Binkhorst asked a very good question about the snow storage area located near the dumpster pad. I too picked up on that and was concerned about it, and I agree. I'd prefer to see that removed. I'm just wondering about the drainage for the parking spots located to the very north of the site, directly west of that dumpster pad area. Does that also drain southerly and then get treated before it's discharged to Trout Brook?
Yes, Ms. Gnomes, right. So I'm going to highlight here in yellow the curb line. Right. So just roughly anything that falls inside this curb line, you see these contours 90, 89, 86. All of that flows to this catch basin here, which is then treated and then flows out this way. So nothing adjacent to, I'll just change colors real quick. Nothing around this area here. Anything that falls here all comes to this area. The only area that would be going towards the wetlands, say untreated, would be, you know, a small landscaped area in this corner here. This would flow, but it would only be landscaped area. Anything in the parking comes to the catch basin.
Okay. And that area directly to the left of that landscaped area is also curved. You included that in your original outline, right?
Yeah, so this area right here is all curved, comes around, goes around the dumpster, comes back this way as well. So everything on this side in the X comes to the catch basin.
Great. And the catch basin, is that where you had located the hydrodynamic separator? Is that where?
Correct. Yep. So we have a catch basin here, a catch basin here, a catch basin inlet here with a hydrodynamic separator. And then we have a drain manhole here, because this connects into the existing line, which is very hard to see, but I'll highlight it in red, the existing line that comes and discharges here. So we're treating it, then attaching and connecting to discharge towards wetlands.
Excellent. And I appreciate the use of colors. This is one of the benefits of remote meetings. So thank you. Very, very nice. I love color coding.
You are very welcome.
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gomes. Mr. Prestige.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Prestige, through you, Mr. Chairman, a couple of follow-ups. So one would be with regards to Mr. Binkhorst's question about the trees on the northern side of the property. They're not on your side. Now, there is always the chance that the contractor gets there and they might want to trim those back. Is there appetite on your end, or maybe not appetite, is there willingness on your end to put a condition in here or put into your plans that you will not negotiate to trim back those trees on that side adjacent to the essentially the residential properties over there?
I mean, I'll speak to the engineering aspect of it, and the develop. Brian can jump in if he wants to. The existing pavement line is roughly right here in yellow, and then obviously you can see if I follow Ms. Gnome's direction, do color coding, the proposed line is almost right on top of it.
Right.
So the existing trees should not need to be touched to construct what we have here. As elevations are relatively the same. I would say in general, I think in Connecticut, you're allowed to trim trees that overhang your property in terms of maintenance or any safety. So I'm not sure the condition of those trees. So I would say that, barring any safety concerns or anything like that, they would probably want to reserve the right to trim trees that cause a concern for safety of residents and construction crews, but I don't think anything needs to be done in terms of constructing the proposed project.
Okay. Well, I suppose for our analysis with regards to that buffer along the northern side, getting a little bit more certainty with regards to what you're willing to do offsite would be helpful. Again, sometimes people will go in and negotiate. So yeah, absolutely, right? So you go to your property line and you go straight up into the sky. You can trim back. People do it. Totally get that. It's the now when you get in there, do you do that, or does the contractor say, "Hey, I just want to cut a bunch of these things fork over some cash to the property owner adjacent, they don't mind getting them cut down anyways, right? And then all of a sudden these trees are gone, and that's not what we anticipated when we originally evaluated the application. You know where I'm going?
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe, I mean, this adjacent abutter, is it a residential zone and residential development? So I think it's in their best interest to maintain some trees to keep their tenants happy as well. So yeah, I don't think it's ideal for anyone to cut down anything more than it's necessary for safety.
What I can add is, I'm going back a year or two, but there were various site designs that had building massing further to the north. There are a number of reasons why this has been moved to the street. One of the key ones is that we do want to keep the construction and the building as far from the apartments to the north. So part of the internal site design has been for buffering in terms of location of the building. We don't have any intention of cutting those trees down or asking them to be touched down. In terms of, what is the future hold? I don't know. I don't know what the state of the trees are. I'm not one to sort of put in a sort of implied conservation easement on somebody else's land, but what I can say is it's not our intention to go have those trees cut down as part of this project.
No, not trying to put words in your mouth with regards to
Understood.
What I'm looking to do is to kind of understand when you do get there, what are your limits going to be, so that way we can understand. We've seen this stuff before. And again, it's not.
Sure.
It's just we're trying to work within it. You're in a kind of a great location. Isn't that like the worst best thing for you, right? With regards to this analysis is the proximity to Trout Brook, being in the center, and so on and so forth. But okay, so what I'm hearing is it's a hard no on anything. It's just but what I will say is we do have the record here, and what we're hearing right now is that you're not planning to do that. And what I'm hearing is you will not do it unless there's some sort of safety with regards to construction.
Why don't I chime in for a second? We, as part of our outreach, we've had dialogue with that property owner.
Yeah.
We'd be very hard pressed for him to, cut back those trees in any way. He wants to maintain a buffer to his property. We have to reserve the right to, maintain them for their health and for the safety of our property. But we don't have any intention of even a discussion with him about removing them. They provide a good barrier of protection for him and for us.
Okay. All right. Got the message on that one. So then one last item here. So going to staff questions from December 26th. And it's a letter from Mr. Dumet. And it's comments on this project. And one of the cool things you guys are doing is, and so what I want to do is talk about comment 9D. And it says, provide a section detail for the 4 landscaped areas within the project frontage and the 2 planted islands within the parking area. Opportunity for low impact development, stormwater management using these areas is encouraged. It's really valuable. It's one of the biggest parts of what we're doing in the next 10 years in town is implementing low impact development. So what I would ask you is could you opine on what you're planning to do with regards to his comment? Is there any follow-up on that action? Because that does in turn influence the stormwater, which influences what's going off-site into Trout Brook, and it's all a part of this wetland application.
I can speak to that. So we're in the process of, evaluating and revising all the comments from town staff. In regards to stormwater management, obviously you guys know that this existing site is basically paved to the property line, and we're dialing that back in some locations, and obviously adding landscaped islands in the back is a benefit. Right now we do show, as I kind of pointed out before, catch basins in these drive aisle and parking areas that connect to this this manhole and then to the pipe that drains out to the wetlands here. What we could do and are considering, we're evaluating now, is depressing some of these islands and putting the catch basins inside the island so that the water could flow into a landscaped area, have a chance to recharge before it then bubbles into a catch basin and is piped off the property. I will say though that given the proximity to Trout Brook and the wetlands and the development of the site from the 60s and 70s, the soil conditions aren't expected to be that great. So any recharge that we may get will not be that benefit. We may not get a lot of infiltration and groundwater recharge, but that's something that we're looking at right now to respond to that comment from town staff. There's obviously not a lot of room on the property for a more larger basin without completely blowing up this plan and dialing everything back. And I don't think, given what this can bring to the area, no one's really interested in doing that. But we are looking to incorporate some of that into the plan.
Okay, so specifically, I think I think the comment is not with regards to the site as a whole. It's just those limited areas of the 4 landscaped areas and the 2 planted islands. So certainly not suggesting you do more than that. But I would say is we know with certainty that these types of low impact development techniques are used in some incredibly dense areas here in Connecticut too. And this looks like it's ripe for it. Now, the other thing too is that, when it comes to stormwater management, it's a trend, right? We could always say this is what we've always done, but then nothing would ever change, right? So that's why it's in our plan of conservation and development. Would you be able to tell a little bit more, commit a little bit more as we are evaluating the inland wetland and watercourse application tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I guess making it more solid, we can incorporate LID features into some of these landscape islands that are downhill of the parking lot to bring that aspect to the project, to give another level of infiltration and recharge prior to getting back into the pipe system.
Okay, LID to islands. How about up front?
So you're talking about up front by Farmington Avenue?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, in general, there's no formal stormwater management system in front here. Everything from the facade of the building, does pitch towards the road, and the majority of those areas basically now will be filtering through these 4 landscaped boxes. So we can definitely, if you wanted to depress some of those areas as well to get a little more, I guess, infiltration or recharge. But it's obviously not a significant amount of runoff coming from this sidewalk compared to the amount of landscape area we have. But there's no catch basins or any systems up here. Everything just flows into landscaping. Yeah,
totally appreciate it. And you know what we're dealing with when we do it's death by 1,000 cuts. Every project, every square foot of sidewalk, like the one right in front of my house, it's all impervious surface. So, if you're out there and you're doing a thing and you can just take a little bit off the sidewalk, it's really priceless for the community. I mean, like bit by bit, if we do it all adds up. And that's really where we got to get going. And again, it's a goal in our POC day. So what I'm hearing is that you will incorporate features of LID into the islands and then the front landscaping. Yeah, to be determined, but we got a commitment there. Cool. All right. I've done a lot of talking on this one. Thanks for listening to me, guys. Mr. Chairman, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Prestidge. Do we have any follow-ups from the other commissioners? Okay. Yeah, I just kept checking off the questions I had because you guys addressed them all. Sorry, Ms. Gillette?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to bow down and give my thanks to Kevin Prestidge for his and Gordon, for all of you, for your yeoman's work on behalf of trees and stormwater runoff. It was wonderful questioning on your part, and And I learned as much from the questioners as from the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. This is Kevin Hearn. I do have the tiniest question. One last little scrap everyone left for me. Is in the engineer's report. I'm talking about Ms. Maziek's report. There's and I was going to say hand wave. I didn't mean that in a pejorative sense, but just a very short statement that says the project will employ energy efficient products both inside the facility and outside, such as lighting, HVAC equipment, etc. Was are there any more specifics on that? Are we talking solar PV? Are we talking like ground source heat pumps? Maybe car chargers? Is there anything you guys are like specifically talking about?
Yeah, I can answer those questions.
Thank you,
As
Brian.
part of our design process, we have two consultants that consult with us and our design team as far as building code goes, and we seek to exceed building code and meet certain thresholds that Eversource sets out. You know, typically on our projects, we like to employ some sort of PV. We don't really have much room for it here. I mean, there's really nowhere in the parking lot and very little roof area outside of you know, the utilities that are going to be located there for PV. We are doing car charging stations, some under the covered area and some on the outside. Probably more, more per per square footage or per number of spaces than is typical now. But we're looking forward, on that as the trends there continue. And then as far as, I guess lighting, I mean, typically everything is LEDs these days with timers and smart, smart this and smart that. We employ a lot of technology in terms of access control and security to the building. So coupled with those, good management of the utilities sort of comes along with that. I can't speak specifically to heating and cooling, but we're always looking for for efficiency to keep the cost down for the tenants, and therefore energy utilization to be low also.
Thank you, Mr. Zellman. I appreciate your answer. I assume if there's ground source heat pumps, there'd be wells on the. So I already let that disappointment, dissipate. All right. Thank you very much. Those were my questions. Do we have any other further questions from the commissioners? Otherwise, I'll move to the public comment portion. Mr. Dumais or Mr. Goslin, do we have any comments from the public that have already not been forwarded to us?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the only call-in that we have is actually a member of the applicant's team, which is the same number from before, ending in 6-1. I think Mr. Zellman confirmed that previously, so I think we're all set on call-ins.
Thank you, Mr. Goslin. Did I see Mr. Dumais raising his hand?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I do. Mr. Dumais.
I'm sorry, I didn't have the opportunity earlier in Commissioner Prestige's commentary about one of the comments that I raised, and I thank him for raising it with the applicant, and particularly given the training we had around LID last week. While we have the applicant on video here, I just wanted to kind of put a point of emphasis on what my comment was intended to do, and I think Mr. Prestige was understanding, as was Commissioner Gillette. So on here, Mr. Chairman, I see your face. Can you give me a thumbs up? You see the screen? Yes, okay. So here's just two examples, and we're not talking, they don't have to be large or complicated. These are obviously just kind of low impact development bioswales. The image on the top is an example of one of those depressed islands that could accommodate some rainwater, and given some of the grading and topography proposed on the site, I think, and that was one of the reasons my comment asked for some sections in those areas around those landscaped islands and beds. I think there might be opportunity, and I would fully agree with the applicant's engineer that we're talking about relatively small volumes, but even small volumes add up in their aggregate when we extrapolate them site by site across a municipality. So this was kind of the intent of my comment, something in this vein here. So while they're on the call, I just wanted to, it's a picture's worth 1,000 words, as they say. So I just thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. Okay, so we are now past the public comment portion. Does the applicant have anything further before the hearing is closed?
Just to quickly, Mr. Zellman.
Go ahead, Greg. Go ahead.
Just as a recap, we've taken a very collaborative approach to this application, working with staff, working with the commissions. It was good to get in front of DRAC and get their feedback on the architectural side. It's great to get your feedback in terms of some of the comments that were made in terms of the fuel, snow removal areas, this LID. Like I said, we are representing that we will address those concerns as part of a revised plan set that goes in on Monday. So we appreciate that comment and those observations. And like I said, tonight is an extension of that collaborative approach that we've tried to take on this project. And we're hopeful that we can get the support of the commission tonight, both in terms of the inland wetlands application as well as the referral on the SDD and zone change application. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Anything further from the applicant before we close the hearing?
I just wanted to point out that currently the site has a significant amount of of bituminous on it with no curbing and methods to control stormwater runoff. So the measures that we're proposing are significant relative to the existing conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Zellman. Anything further before we close the hearing? Thank you, everybody. This hearing is closed. Okay, so as I understand it, Mr. Dumais, item number 11 is, do we need to take any vote on it, or is it part of the prior vote that it is set for February?
Yeah, our vote last month, Mr. Chairman, actually was either we would put it back on our agenda, we tabled it until the applicant was ready, so we were keeping it as a placeholder till they come back to us. It might get withdrawn and resubmitted as a formal application as well. So just a placeholder on here, no action needed.
So we were, I guess the important thing is we require no vote. Okay. All right, well then that puts us at the end of the hearings. So we will go to deliberation before we go on to the referrals. Everybody a chance to dig back through their paper. I'm not going to look back at the pile that I made. I'm going to just stick to my notes here. But so the first item, so the first three items are going to be the three look backs, items 5, 6, and 7, which all followed a theme of outdoor stuff that ended up being really necessary during these times. Little did we know when we approved these in November 2019. So item number 5 is the first one. This is the Intensive Education Academy SUP. So just for the purposes of starting the discussion, Mr. Dumais, you have a question?
Just a friendly reminder on a look back, even for purposes of discussion, the action you're taking is one of two. I suppose there's an infinite number, but the two standard actions would be a motion to determine that no additional conditions of approval are necessary to address issues related to your approval, or the inverse of that, you would propose a motion to add or impose new conditions relative to the SUP.
I appreciate that reminder, Mr. Dumais, because I probably would ask you that question anyway. So with that, so purposes of discussion, then entertain one of those motions. Mr. Prestidge.
I propose I propose that we make no additional conditions on this application, and that I listened to Todd a little bit clearer at 10:15 at night.
Thank you, Mr. Prestidge. Okay, so that is the motion. Do you have any comment, Mr. Prestage? Kicking off with you.
I do. Thorough. I like what our colleagues, Mr. Chairman, on the commission, the questions people asked, about the functionality of the rubber, being able to flex with, the conditions at the time. One of the things and so I think it all fits. There's been no negative feedback. There's absolutely no reason to conditions. I just want to take a quick note aside. Our community is so rich when it comes to education. I mean, how many high schools? Heber High School in New England. We've got, if we go the other side, the other direction, we got Northwest Catholic. We got, Kingswood, Oxford. We got the two of the best public schools around. Blah blah blah. I could go on and on. And how many people we found out, when it comes to how many people hold graduate or even undergraduate degrees, the percentage in West Hartford is exceptionally high. It's great to have a facility or school, another entity like this in town, and to see that they were able to do something different during the pandemic and make it work. Just glad that they're here and a part of the community, and glad this worked out.
Thank you, Mr. Prestige. Any other comment on this item? I just quickly say, one of the longer look back presentations I've ever gone through, but I took that as, there was thoroughness with which they treated the project was reflected in their presentation, and I actually made me recall similarly it's how they approached the initial application. So kudos to them. All right, then with that, we have the motion on the table. Let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. We hear you. Then the item passes 5-0. Item number 6 is University of Hartford. So this is also a look back. So same motion. Entertain a motion on this item. Mr. Bighorse.
I'll make a motion to not impose any additional conditions based on the look back period.
Thank you, Mr. Bighorse. Any comment on this? Kick it off with you.
No.
All right. Any other comments on this? All right, seem pretty straightforward. Then entertain a motion on this item. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Gillette. I appreciate Ms. Gillette, by the way. I appreciate you saying it nice and loud. No, I do. I'm not kidding you. Actually, it's good.
I don't know any other way, Kevin.
Well, okay. Listen, I'm going to hold my tongue. Item number 7. This is the Westmore Park outside area. Entertain a motion. This is again a look back. Entertain a motion. Entertain a motion. Mr. Prestige.
I'll move that we place no additional conditions on this application.
Thank you, Mr. Prestige.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Gillette.
I agree with Mr. Prestige and no additional conditions. I would like to put in the record, however, that perhaps Westmore Park ought to think towards the future capital improvement projects about institutionalizing in an environmentally sensitive way plastic porta potties that don't seem to move on the property. I hadn't been aware of that until the neighbor's comment came in, and I understand the need for them, but they might be dealt with a little more sensitively in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Any other comments? Definitely the first application in which the public relief was mentioned. So that, mark that off as the first. I have seen this structure. I think it looks amazing. I think it's a huge benefit.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it was a huge benefit. And, credit to the applicants, but I didn't know this at the time when we actually approved this. it was already in place to be something that was dedicated to the memory of Bridget Curtin, but not a whisper of it came up during the actual presentation, and I think that's to their credit. They wanted this to stand on its own. So at any rate, I think it stands as a wonderful memory to her. So with that, then let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Gillette. 5-0. Okay, the next one is item number 8. Ms. Gomes, you will just chill out for a second on that one. Ms. Gomes stepped away during a portion of the presentation, so we'll have the 4 of us deliberate on this one. This is the map amendment. Entertain a motion on this item. Mr. Prestidge.
Sure. Move. Wait, this is the Ridge. This is the map amendment. Yeah,
This is a map amendment, yeah.
Move to approve. No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Prestidge. No comment. Any other comments from Mr. Bakhorst or Ms. Gillette? All right, let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. I suppose we count Ms. Gomes as an abstention? Or just, yeah, okay. 4-0-1. All right, Ms. Gomes, you may return. You didn't really need to leave, but I appreciate that. So item number 9 then is 40 Still Road. This is the inland wetlands application. Entertain a motion on this item for purposes of discussion. Mr. Prestidge.
Sure. Move to approve with one condition, and that is if the applicant does choose to change the material, the back for the deck to a different material, looks like they're looking for a permeable material. They run that by town staff to assure that it doesn't affect their overall stormwater discharge calcs. Shouldn't, but I just want to make sure that if they're going to change it up.
Thank you, Mr. Prestidge.
That's my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Prestidge. We have any other comments on this item?
Chairman
Yes,
Ahern?
Ms. Gillette, yes.
I'll be voting in favor of this application. Because it falls within our regulations and it falls within the law. Through no fault of the applicant, in fact, Herculean efforts on the part of the applicant, I think we need to look at this as a cautionary note in the future for future development projects as to, once again, what we approve and what that actually looks like. So I will be voting yes because it is the right vote to make. But it hurts me because I don't think this is what we pictured. And that's my only comment.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Any further comment on this item? Mr. Prestidge, and then I think Mr. Dumais had a comment. Mr. Prestidge, though, and then
Mr. Dumais, if you've got something relevant to the condition or anything.
Okay. Mr. Prestidge yields his time to Mr. Dumais. I just like saying that.
Mr. Prestidge, I was wondering if your condition would also include our standard set of conditions applicable to all wetland applications, and those are that plans of record incorporated by reference into the permit, that the wetland permit is subject to full compliance with our erosion control guidelines in 2002. And we had talked about the inspection report requirement during construction, that be retained as a standard condition of approval. And that prior to the start of any additional site disturbance, all E&S controls be established and then inspected by staff prior to authorization of the activity. And the permit should expire within 5 years, if not exercised within that period of time. There was one non-standard set that I had crafted that I'll leave open to your review. And there was some discussion, particularly with Commissioner Binkhorst, around the activity around the mutual drainage easement area. And I crafted a condition that says all work within, actually, Mr. Pudlick crafted this condition in consultation with Corp Counsel. I'm going to give him credit. All work within the 10-foot mutual drainage easement shall be in full compliance with Section 11 of the Declaration of Covenants and Restrictions of the Stillbrook subdivision. It's filed on the land records. And what those restrictions and covenants basically say is the owners of 40 Still Road are responsible for any damage and maintenance of that section of the pipe and the easement that goes through their property. So it's requiring them to do nothing that's not already required vis-a-vis the filed covenant. It just kind of emphasizes the fact if during construction there is any damage, it has to be repaired.
Absolutely. The motion would include those conditions. Thank you, Mr. Pudlick. Thank you too.
Thank you, Mr. Actually, a lot of people thank you, Mr. Bridges. Thank you, Mr. Pudlick. Thank you, Mr. DeMay. Those are all good. And actually, thank you to Corp Counsel, who's not present, but that was a good solution to a kind of a thorny question. Easements. Glad it was done in that manner.
I just want to make one comment before.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Hearn, and that is kudos to the applicant. There's two issues. Just really glad to see that we separated the two issues in the past. Myself very much included. Sometimes to intertwine those, we didn't. And with that, those issues about the easement and the rain garden aside, I thought what the applicant did was they're really trying to satisfy the requirements, and that wasn't easy to do. And kudos to them on that. That's a tight spot to do that, and that's quite the investment of time and space and so on and so forth. So just want to recognize that.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Prestige. And we can sort of push this out to a different day, but to the extent that we raise questions, important questions regarding the subdivision in general, I think it would be a good, and again, I always hesitate to ask staff to do anything they're not already doing, but to the extent that, we can work with maybe Corp Counsel, to have discussions regarding enforcement, on the whole subdivision and similar subdivisions, based on these documents that are filed that are supposed to, hold everybody to a particular standard, such as, rain gardens and these easements and whatnot. I think that is kind of the frustration that was felt tonight, had more to do with the larger question of enforcement than anything that was happening on this particular slot of land. I don't want to leave that off the table. I don't want to leave that, unresolved, unaddressed, I guess. So to the extent that that sounds like in any way clear direction to you, Mr. Pudlick, if that's something that makes sense for you to take up, I'd appreciate it. Okay. I see nods. I'll accept nods. Thank you. All right. Do we have any other comments on the application itself before we vote? All right, then let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, 5-0. Item number 10. This is 920, 924 Farmington Avenue. Just should it need to be clarified, this is the inland wetlands vote. We will, once we move into the town council referrals, we will be doing a separate vote on the STD. So item number 10, the inland wetlands. Let's kick it off with a motion, please. Mr. Prestige.
Sure. I'm on a roll tonight. All right.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate you jumping right in.
Thanks, guys. And I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me hog the mic tonight. But with regards to that, I'm going to move for approval, but I'm going to move for approval with a few conditions which will probably already be satisfied, but I want to make sure they're buttoned up in what they've committed to in the dialogue and in some future plans. So a couple of the conditions, one would be that they satisfy the screening requirements the planning department around the dumpster. I also want them to incorporate into the plans, as they said they would, a site for fuel storage and refueling that will not be within the upland review area. I'd like them to, I would say we're going to need additional condition to designate a snow storage area. I know that they're not going to put it where they said they wouldn't put it. The fact of the matter is what we do need is we need them to actually identify on the site where snow storage is allowed and not allowed. I can talk more in the discussion afterwards, but as a condition to designate a snow storage area, snow melting area, essentially. I also like a condition where they will follow up and incorporate into their plans low impact development islands, or as shown by Mr. Dumais in the front and in the parking area, per the planning department's comment. And those would be my conditions.
Kevin Hurt, Chair, got a quick clarification from Mr. Dumais. To the extent, I think Mr. Prestige's covered most of the commitments that were made during the presentation, but in the event he didn't, we're kind of late into the night. Have you been taking notes such that, because I assume if they've made the commitment during the presentation, and if we happen to miss it as a condition, it's still something that has now been incorporated. Mr. Dumais?
That's correct, and I took very robust notes. I would like to ask Mr. Prestige as well, if these would be on top of our standard set of conditions that would call for erosion controls, bi-weekly inspection reports, although it is largely spelled out in their plan details, that inspection frequency and reports. The one thing I think you missed, Commissioner Prestige, was you and Commissioner Binkhorst had asked for a more robust soil and erosion control measures along the northeast corner of the property, so additional control measures above and beyond just the silt fence is something that could retain and filter out sediments and carry heavier loads if the site would be inundated with a heavy rainfall event. So that was the only thing I think you might have missed that I captured.
Thanks, Mr. Ahern, and thanks to Mr. Dumais. What I'd like to do is propose a condition and then turn it over to, just pause for a moment to see if Mr. Binkhorst has a question, and what our as a way to modify, improve it, but get to the essence really was what we want to do for the community. Like, what's the right condition for the community? And that would be, I'd propose the condition be that the northeast corner, the north and east sides of the site adjacent to Trout Brook be evaluated and have appropriate sediment retention controls installed, including devices such as retention dikes or retention berms with respective outlets. Mr. Binkhorst, clean that up for me, please.
Challenge issued.
Are we talking about during the construction period?
Yeah. The idea is ice rips through, they got a pile of dirt, it's just going to slide right down the banks. Silt fence isn't going to cover it. And I know that the law, the design requirements are, volume by projected storms, so on and so forth. But we know that, it's better to be extra careful during sensitive resources like the Trout Brook. So.
Yeah, I think I don't want to be prescriptive. I would just say a more robust soil and erosion control measures along the eastern property boundary. I
defer. Mr. Dumais, revert to in the motion. I should say the condition I yield to Mr. Bankhorst's version.
I don't like to be prescriptive because when it fails, they blame us.
Yep.
They're the engineers and they're the ones with the expertise to make it more robust. My opinion.
Cool.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prestidge. Thank you, Mr. Bankhorst. I think we have the motion and conditions set. And to the extent that the conditions that were attached to the motion may have missed anything, it gets, I think, caught up, established that it gets caught up in what was committed to by the applicant anyway, fortunately. So do we have any other comments now that the motion is on the table? Actually,
Yeah,
Mr. President, you start, please.
Yeah. I think this is, you know, it's cleaning up an area, and right downstream of this in Trout Brook is, I've got this right, Mr. Dumais and Mr. Public. That's one of the areas that floods the most, right? And as Mr. Dumais said, every drop counts. This is actually a pretty darn big site, and it's not very far upstream, very far away from Trout Brook. There, with regards to quick load into Trout Brook, again deferring to Mr. Bankhorst, this looks like a great opportunity to help out there in a number of different ways, both detaining and retaining the stormwater, what goes into this resource, this regulated resource in which the site's developed, but they're also going to, the speed in which the water gets in there. It makes a lot of sense to do this, that they're also willing to work forward to, into LID. I know everybody doesn't do it today, right? But you don't do it until you do it the first time, right? And that's just going to have to be the standard. And for these types of things, and people know that come to town, they're doing it elsewhere. So I think that needs to be said. But most important, the last thing I'm going to say is snow, with regards to the condition on snow storage area, I would ask that they consider identifying where they're going to store their snow, and if necessary, where they're not going to store their snow, because they're going to hire a contractor, and that's going to come and go, and they're going to put it where they want to put it, right? So whatever we say here doesn't matter. What we need is we need actual signage. Just like we've always contemplated signage for conservation easements, and we never go forward with it, and then look what happens tonight, right? That's the reality. That's how it plays out. So if we think it's that important that we've talked about it, what I'm saying as a part of that motion is that the snow storage area be designated on the plan in a sign, just like you've seen them in other parking lots, right? We've all seen these snow storage area for the contractors to use. We have them erect those at the end of the property where they can put the snow. Any questions? I'd be willing to take questions on that condition.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Lapp.
I again want to take the opportunity just to thank Mr. Prestidge and Mr. Bankhorst and other members for really highlighting these issues, and good job, guys. I agree with the conditions, and I think you're absolutely right.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Do we have any questions, comments, anything further before we, Mr. Dumais, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, on snow storage management, almost always on a new special development district, if this were to advance to the council and get approved, that is one of the council standard conditions of approval. And that's one of the reasons staff asked for a actual plan to be provided. So not only would we designate snow storage areas in all SDDs, or new SDDs, I should say, historically, we also require that it be removed from site, from any off-street parking area on site, or any fire lanes or travel lanes, once certain depths of snow are triggered. So that way we're not storing snow in required parking spaces, or if it can't be stored in on-site designated snow storage areas. Given the lack of available landscaped areas on site, I think that much of the snow is going to have to be managed and hauled off site if the site wants to function. So I'm wondering, Mr. Prestidge, if your comment related to the wetland, it could be more robust on any transmittal if you guys make one to the council, but on the wetland, more narrowly limit that to, no storage along the eastern boundary adjacent to Trout Brook. And then there's a more obvious linkage to that potential impacts to the Trout Brook itself.
So, Mr. Fantastic. Thanks for, because we really want to function, right? We want to be effective. Thanks for the cleanup on that. Can I ask you, is it too much to ask as a part of the wetland condition that they put signage or up on the east side along Trout Brook? Or is that going to be hard to manage? Or is that going to hinder you in the STD portion of evaluation of the project?
Yeah, I would suggest that it would be more appropriate to include in a recommendation to council to, require their maintenance plan to include designated identified storage areas in the plan with signs.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to modify that proposed condition for this to be that they restrict snow storage from where they've designated in the plan on the eastern, the north and eastern side of the site along Trout Brook. Oh. Thanks.
All right, so we have a modification to that condition. Do we have any other comments before we vote? I'll just quickly say, first of all, to my colleagues, I really think we did ask a lot of really good questions tonight, and I think we really did down. It was already a very well put together application on the wetland side. Honestly, it was, I looked at it, I was like, this is really tight, and we're getting a lot from this. Or I should say, the Trout Brook is the one thing that's not getting a lot from this because it's taking a lot away from it.
Yeah.
I had to quickly teach myself what a hydrodynamic separator was, but I was very excited when I discovered what it was. So I'm very much in favor of this. I think it's great, and I love everything. So I'm ready to vote. Let me try your minds then. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed.
Aye.
5-0 on this item. So we are moving past item number 11. So we're going to move right into the town council referral on item number 12. Normally this would be where Mr. DeMay does some type of presentation for us. I will just quickly say to Mr. DeMay, do you have anything further to present that hasn't already been presented by the applicant?
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman, but I can answer any questions should they arise.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. DeMay that we didn't already direct to the applicant? Okay. So then we are in the land of SDD referrals. So the nature of the motion would be to recommend or to not recommend. So entertain a motion, Mr. Prestidge, makes sense.
I'll just, why don't I just keep going at least for this? I'm done. I'm going to recommend approval that we refer this for approval. Yeah. Let me know if and when, when's appropriate to give discussion on that, Kev.
Oh, get right in there. Get right in there.
Get right in there. Yeah. So with regards to the plan and conservation and development, which is really the purview here, I'd like to concentrate a little bit. They mention they don't have. It's too bad they don't have number. Oh no, they do. They're in the top page 5 of their package. Consistency of the plan of conservation and development. I spent some time to see how that aligns, and I think they got it wrong. And I think they got it wrong in the sense I think they've sold themselves short a few of these. So if you guys just want to follow through this with me, you'll see that they cite a number that supports mixed use development. There's no question about it. And I'm in the first paragraph. With regards to, the PUC encourages infill development on vacant and underutilized lots. I mean, I think we didn't know it, but we were talking about this site, right? A development of Class A office, blah, blah, blah. The development of Class A office space with existing office, general business, and central business districts. Like bingo, right? Mixed use and higher density development in proximity to existing and planned transit stations in existing commercial districts. Boom, boom, boom. It lies pretty low in the terrain. So as it goes up, it's not like, it's not going to, like we have this classic New England center, even though it's a business district, The church is in the center of town, the one right there on, right there on Main and Farmington. It's not going to get in the way with that skyline too. It's put it there, it fits. Where I would say it potentially falls short and they don't give themselves credit for is, the strategy around stormwater management. They don't credit themselves for promoting, strategy number 4 on page 65, Mr. Dumais, if you're thinking about, you're wondering where I'm going. Promoting sustainable stormwater and floodplain management, just to paraphrase. In 4D, investing in infrastructure improvements, that's probably something we expected the town to do. They're doing it. 4E, improve community resiliency. That was kind of buried in 4E, but the reality is that if we're talking about, climate change and community resiliency and stormwater management, this is is there one body of water that we're talking about more than Trout Brook? I don't think so, not in this community. And this is directly affecting that. So yeah, I think that they got to get an opportunity there. Then the other thing is, on page 41, we talk about the potential we talk about the potential opportunity to improve connections to Trout Brook Trail as a whole for the central business district. They're not on Trout Brook Trail, but we're going to have people. They were talking about, a bike locker and things like that. These are the type, these are the types of developments that are going to spread the center, spread that multi-use development, into an area that doesn't have it right now. I think it fits. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Pressage. Do we have any other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Gillette.
My only thought on this was, I found it curious, was why they didn't flip the building so that the patio area was towards Trout Brook and the driveway was towards the west, to take advantage of the resource of Trout Brook. I don't think it's not a criticism, but I thought, gee, why wouldn't they just sort of dyslexically flip the building to utilize Trout Brook? Other than that, I think it's a great project, and again, I appreciate the snow issues and the other drainage issues that my compatriots brought forward.
Mr. Chairman, if I could jump in real quick, Commissioner Gillette raises an excellent urban design issue that I agree with, and I think the applicant did as well. It's just comes into conflict with those pesky traffic engineers. The reason the building's oriented and structured the way it is providing site access through a single curb cut management. The only way to safely do it is at that eastern property boundary. Because if we look at the traffic lane configurations along Farmington Avenue, if the driveway were to be flopped back to the west, you could not get a left access in because you'd be fighting 3 lanes of traffic on Farmington Avenue. Because right in front of this frontage, there's 2 through lanes and then there's a left turn pocket through Raymond Road. So that's why the site orientation ended up the way that it did. But I still think they did a great job of making the best utilization of trying to make the building have a presence right there on that Trout Brook frontage. It's a great observation that you raised.
Thank you. It's nice to know it was for a reason. And there's the amphitheater area that's all overgrown right there on Farmington Avenue that hopefully can get reutilized if this project takes off.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. And thank you, Mr. Dumais, for answering that question. Do we have any other? Just quickly, one more thing that they picked up from the POCD was this idea of adding affordable housing units into the property, to the extent that they could, and I'm glad that was consistent sort of relative to this area, it's difficult to get a full center. So it's nice to see this.
Mr. Chairman, your audio is
Yes.
breaking up right now.
Oh, okay. It was very eloquent what I said, and you missed it. It's too late, you know. No, it's just I'm just complimenting the the additional piece of the POCD that they were listening to. Affordable housing, and I'm glad to see that they were able to get into a property that is so centrally located in a pretty expensive to try to get an apartment. So I appreciate seeing it. I just generally agree with my colleagues' comments, per usual. So that's it for me. Unless anyone has anything else to our minds, the motion on the table is to recommend approval with the conditions. Mr. Prestige, and then let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Recommended approval. Next up is the last item is item number, actually, it's not our, okay. Actually, question. Before we get into item number 13, Mr. Dumay, we have a potential proposed addition. Will we just deal with that when we're done with 13? Okay, all right, sorry. Item number 13, Mr. Dumay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have another referral for a proposed rezoning and special development district application. In this instance, this is for a series of properties or address points, principally 12 Grove Street, so off of New Britain Avenue. But also this go around includes 1105, 1115 New Britain Avenue, and 5 Newington Road. Those are all owned by one property owner. I'm going to bring up on my GIS map here for a moment just to share my screen. So what you see here is that commercial assemblage 1115 through 1105 and 5 Newington Road highlighted. 12 Grove Street is also owned by the same property owner. Hopefully this parcel 12 Grove Street looks familiar. Last year and a half ago in March of 2020, right when we were adopting the POCD, an application came in to rezone 12 Grove Street to RP zoning. So what I'll do now is turn on the zoning map so you can see how this area is currently. So all of the properties, or at least the largest percentage of the property in this instance that fronts on New Britain Avenue, is zoned BC. Then for many decades, we had an RP portion of that back lot. And then 12 Grove Street has remained owned by the owner, but it's been rented as a single family house. So March of 2020, they submitted an application. It was referred to Planning and Zoning Commission. You guys, by a 4-0 vote, found it to be consistent with the Plan of Conservation Development in terms of rezoning that to RP. But you can see here that would square off, and it would not further encroach into the neighborhood any more than the current parking lot exists today, and it would be merged into that larger assemblage here. What it didn't include at the time was a special development district designation. And the reason this came into being was an important reason to the neighborhood is they were uncomfortable with a straight rezone of 12 Grove Street because there wasn't a guarantee that the applicant could provide that the landscaping, for instance, was going to be as robust as they were showing on their plan. They were concerned that Grove Street would maintain access into the site would be maintained as a two-way flow, and they wanted restricted access, or were more comfortable with restricting access in only and no outside growth from the commercial lot. So the applicant worked to try to address some of the neighborhood's concerns, cut through traffic, creating a landscape buffer. And what we have now is an application that includes the complete redevelopment of the existing parking lot and obviously the redevelopment of 12 into a parking lot, but that includes a significant more amount of green space, landscaped island, and trees over current conditions as they exist today. There's actually a net increase in pervious coverage on the site through the inclusion and introduction of a more robust landscaping plan. So that's what the application is before you. It's a rezoning of 12 Grove to RP, that's residential parking, and then a designation of the whole property to SDD to ensure that the site development plan, landscaping plan goes forward. What I'm doing now is just bringing up, as a point of reference, we don't have a lot of RP rezoning requests. We see them every few years, but I think it's important to revisit what the purpose of that zoning district is. And this comes from our ordinances, and it says, the purpose of the RP district is for the development of parking facilities adjacent to business and industrial districts where the extension of other business activity would be detrimental to adjacent residential area. A high degree of control over parking layout is necessary because of proximity to residential land use. And I do think that's what, coupled with the SDD application this go around, we certainly, or at least the applicant's proposing, for the council to review. It has been reviewed by DRAC. They do have a few outstanding comments on some lighting details and some more details around their trash enclosure area. But other than that, they opine that the landscaping itself was very robust and that they appreciated the change of landscaping and the site restriction in terms of access off Grove to in only. I'll pause there and be happy to answer any questions that the commission might have.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. Do we have questions for this application? You've just about covered it, Mr. Dumais. Then let's circle to, this is an SDD, so the motion would be either to recommend approval or to not recommend approval. Entertain a motion on this item. This is holding you up from going to bed, everybody. Somebody make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Bighorst, thank you.
I don't have a lot of discussion.
You can make the motion and not say anything.
Okay, I make the motion and not say anything.
All right, Mr. Bighorst has made any other comments on this item? Yes, Mr. Dumais.
One critical thing Mr. Binkhorst has to say is what the motion is for.
Yeah, that's true. For or against, whatever.
I make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to recommend approval by Mr. Binkhorst. That is the nature of the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Considering we voted for it last time, I expect we wouldn't. Yes, Mr. Prestige.
I'm gonna, in support of my colleague, Mr. Bighorst. Yeah, I definitely, I recommend approval of this too. If you look at what was proposed a year ago and then what they get through the SDD, it's different and it's better. I mean, I can't think at this point, but you're as much as you're going to get is different and better. You know, technically it is. So I'm very pleased with how Mr. Dumais and Mr. Pudlick and others must have worked with this applicant to improve how it fits and everything for the community, so on and so forth. It's an ugly little spot there too, so it's going to look relatively neat considering the changes they're going to make. So cool.
Thank you, Mr. Prestige. Any other comments? All right, let me try your minds. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
That's a no.
No.
That's a 4-1. All right. Item passes 4-1. Anything for the town planners report or information items, Mr. Dumais?
Mr. Chairman, I had the one item that I would ask the commission.
I already went past that. Okay.
Voting, adding to
We're not
the
done.
agenda. It was a late item that I sent, would require a supermajority vote for me to add it, for you to add it to the agenda and then me to describe it briefly to you. I sent an email out earlier, about an hour before the meeting. And that the content of it is it's a referral from the town council on an ordinance change that I can get into more detail if you allow me to at least explain it to you and why I'm adding it, requesting that you add it as a late item.
Well, to the extent, Mr. Dumais, to the extent that we're considering whether or not to add it, what are you free to tell us before we actually decide to add it?
Sure. It was a zoning ordinance referral. It's an extension of our TOD moratorium that we most recently recommended an approval on back in September. And this just extends time to complete our TOD zoning initiative. So it extends the moratorium, and that it was put forward and received by the council at the December meeting. And we did not get it as a formal referral in time to add it to the agenda, but it would be set for hearing at the end of January.
Thank you, Mr. Dume. Okay, so that's the nature of the request, the late request that's come in. So to the extent that there's an appetite to take it up, I mean, just to clarify, Mr. Dume, if we don't take it up tonight, it's going to the town council. Is that correct?
It would go to the town, yes. So the ordinance was received at the December 14th meeting of the council and scheduled for hearing on January 25th. So we would not have an opportunity to provide our review comments for POCD. And I feel that this is an important item since we've been working pretty intensively on that TOD initiative. And this just buys more time for us to prepare that without a non-supportive TOD use, such as a gas station or something else potentially coming into the district where we're envisioning TOD. So it extends the moratorium. Obviously, your referral comments are important for the council's consideration on a matter such as this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dume. Yes, Mr. President.
I'm ready to make a motion if you.
Please.
Yeah, I think the motion is to add this to the agenda.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Presage. I'm not even sure if that's a motion that allows for discussion, because it's procedural. So I think we just go ahead with it. All right. So let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed. All right. So it's been added to our agenda. Mr. Dume, any further presentation on that item?
So again, this is the same ordinance that was referred to twice previously, once when we initially proposed it, and then most recently in September when we asked for an extension of time that took us through the end of this month, but we did need more time for a number of factors. Real quick, I just want to bring up on screen that moratorium just so we can all All right, so it's a moratorium that would prohibit a number of uses within the defined list of, it's not actually showing my screen, is it? So it would extend the moratorium to June 30th. I'm sorry, I can't have my screen share this document for some reason. Give me one more chance at it. All right. So this original ordinance was put most recently on September 28th. They extended the moratorium to January 2022. And the purpose of the additional extension is for us to complete additional community engagement process around TOD. You're involved in that. I'm hoping to bring back a draft of the ordinance to you potentially at our special meeting that I'll just remind everyone of a date and time coming up in a couple weeks. And then to work with our business associations on it. None of the content of the moratorium changed, so it applies to a quarter mile of either of our fast track stations on commercial corridors or streets of Darcy, Flatbush, Jefferson, New Britain, New Park, Prospect, and it only applies to these 11 uses: car washes, contractors' yards, drive-in facilities, drive-up windows, junkyards, kennels, motor vehicle sales, service, repair, gas stations, nurseries, greenhouses, outdoor storage of material equipment, passenger auto rental agencies, any vehicle intensive business, or wholesale business and storage warehouses. So this would extend it through June 30th, just to give us the amount of time to get an ordinance prepared and go back through the process. So the change is really only extending it to June 30th. So no other changes are proposed as part of the two other versions which you previously reviewed and found consistent with the POCD.
Question. How does the massive auto zone they're building on New Park figure into all this?
That's a great question, Commissioner Binghurst. That's just a retail store, believe it or not. So,
Oh, it is?
yeah, it's a retail store, and this doesn't ban retail. So we don't differentiate our zoning for the most part types of retail uses. So if that could change tomorrow and be a sporting goods store, but it's at the end of the day, it's still a retail store that is permitted to exist there.
My apologies. I blithely assumed based on the size that they must be doing something besides selling auto parts in there.
The size is largely back of house there. So they have a larger warehouse or fulfillment component than some of their other store footprints, but that's given the reuse of the building they moved into primarily.
Okay. So do you want a motion to extend this to?
It would be a motion to recommend approval to the council of the proposed ordinance or not.
I believe I heard Ms. Gillette had a question.
When did this start? When did the moratorium start?
For some reason, I'm not hearing Commissioner Gillette.
She's asking when the moratorium started.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Last December, so it's been about a year or so to this point now. We need probably a month or two more for additional community outreach with the actual draft itself.
I understand COVID. I understand extraordinary and challenging times. But why has it just seems if you're putting a moratorium on development, why is it taken so long? I'm leery instinctually of things that kind of are extraordinary and go on. And if you could fill that out a little for me, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I would say there was an election we dealt with where we were working with council, new council, in terms of looking at a draft and getting guidance from the town council. That delayed some of the tail end of our efforts, but I think more important was, if you'll recall, we engaged services of a consultant to help us do our community outreach and actually help prepare the planning staff with preparation of an ordinance. And we hired them after the moratorium was passed. We got them on board. This is kind of at the height of COVID. And then unfortunately, the two principals on the firm that we hired both left that firm. So we were kind of left during the process, finishing the work ourselves on top of our normal workload, Commissioner Gillette, to be honest with you.
Okay, I mean, that makes some sense to me. It's just, in principle, putting a moratorium on anything that's temporary that extends and extends is doesn't really make me happy. But if there are reasons, I'd like to hear what Mr. Brinkhorst has to say.
It's just wanted to inquire, have we gotten any pushback from anybody regarding this moratorium?
So to date, I think there were some that objected it when it was initially adopted, some of the businesses in the corridor that could be perceived to be impacted by the moratorium. But we have not been made aware of any businesses that are looking to expand. So have been impacted, so an existing business that could be impacted, or any new businesses that were prevented from moving in as a result. So I can report those two items.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. That's helpful.
Right. Do we have any other questions? Just checking. Mr. President, you made a motion, right? We're now past that, right? No, who made a motion? Did anyone make a motion? Nobody made a motion.
I
Motion to put it on.
I
Okay,
inquired
so
about the nature of the motion.
the nature of the motion, we would recommend approval of the proposed ordinance.
Are we recommending the proposed ordinance being the moratorium? Not the ordinance that has still under review?
But to the extent that I believe the act of the town council is an ordinance.
Extending the moratorium that's in currently in
Yeah.
place. That's all
Yeah,
you're
so,
being asked to
so they
act
have to
on.
do, as a legislative body, they have to do it. I think just that's the nature of it. Is an ordinance. It's just a sunsetting ordinance essentially. But anyway, so that is what we have before us. So we do need a motion to that effect if we're going to. Ms. Gomes.
I make a motion to recommend approval of the ordinance extending the moratorium on certain uses not supported of TOD. I had to read it at this hour or else it was not going to come out right.
Perfect. All right. Any comments?
Learning from my mistakes, are you?
Yeah. So start with Ms. Gomes. Any comment from you, Ms. Gomes, or anyone else?
No comment.
Okay. Do we have any other comments? All right, let me try your minds on. Oh,
Wait, hang on. I have one comment. To
Yes,
what
Ms.
date are we extending it to?
June 2022.
Okay.
So Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'll make one comment. The extension really is minimal, and we were in support of it originally, so that's playing into my motion to approve.
And, thank you, Ms. Gomes. I appreciate that. Mr. Pressage.
Yeah, and in support of Ms. Gomes, I think because we were in support of it earlier, I think it remains the same. This is actually, it conforms to what we're trying to do with the plan of conservation and development. It's absolutely within advancing those goals.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, and I agree, but that minimal amount of time was a year ago, and it was for 6 months, and now we're talking about a year and 6 months. That's what I'm leery of. Is granted extraordinary times, sensitive area, all in favor originally. These kinds of things can't go on forever. That's all I want to say. I'll vote in favor of this. This is the last time. Because sometimes these sort of emergency issues, it's no longer an emergency. And that's all. I'm just leery in principle of these kinds of extensions.
Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Do we have any further comment on this item?
Real quick, I'm hopeful, Commissioner Gillette, the ordinance, actually, the language that didn't remain changed says, or until the town adopts a new ordinance, whichever comes sooner. So I'm really hopeful that we'll have something before June. Be an optimist here, and that we'll get to see a draft of something, and it'll be adopted in advance of June.
And I'm confident I'll support that completely at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. May. Thank you, Ms. Gillette. Any other questions? Any other comments? Okay, let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
Aye.
Item is recommended for approval. Anything further, Mr. Dumay?
I'll send an email out based on your responses. I'd like to hold that special meeting on the 19th. That was a Wednesday. The primary purpose, the only purpose of that meeting will be to continue our conversation around LID and stormwater. I'm working on we'll have some of our engineering colleagues from our engineering division, and we might have someone we're bringing in from the outside. And then I'd also like to carve out a little bit of time at the end just to talk about a TOD draft with you all. We'll try to limit that to not longer than an hour and a half to be mindful of your time, and we can keep that schedule tight.
Is that at 6 o'clock, Todd?
6 o'clock is what I had sent out, if that still works for everyone.
Okay. Yeah.
And sorry if I haven't replied to that, Todd, but I'll block that out now.
Okay.
So send out a confirmation at some point, or is now the
this was a confirmation. I'll send out a reminder to those. I think Josh Kaplan had a conflict on Wednesday nights generally for like a month or two, but I'll just give you a placeholder, and we'll send out an agenda and materials early next week for that meeting.
Sorry, the 12th or the 19th?
The 19th. I'd given two options, but the 19th was the one that worked better on our end.
Great. Thank you.
Not up. This is.
Thank you, everybody. All right, then I guess we'll, without any further ado, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Unanimous.
Taking the easy one? Come on.
Yeah, no, yeah, she said it was Ms. Gomes gets that one. All right, let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, those opposed, no opposition. Great working with you guys.
Good night, all.
See you next month.
Good
Bye.
night. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Good night, everybody.